Chapter 2319. 2319 Smash the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. In the Blackwater Sea, the battle was still going on. The battle had progressed from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. On the city wall, everyone looked at the members of the Dragon Palace who had half of their bodies exposed on the surface of the sea in a daze. 3,000 to 4,000 meters in size, blood-red energy was revolving around their bodies. Each attack contained extremely violent power. Of course, what shocked them the most was their violent bodies and bodies. Every member of the Dragon Palace looked even more violent than the powerful sea monsters. With the top-tier experts of the three legions holding back the top-tier sea monsters, the members of the Dragon Palace massacred them wantonly. Even the level 5 Eternal Lord sea monsters were heavily injured and fled under the siege. Roar, roar, roar. With a trace of fear, roars came from the battlefield in front of them. Behind them, the sea monsters fled in panic. The sea monsters knew fear and also knew how to escape. So powerful. Where did this power come from? How come there are so many powerful warriors on our front line? Seeing the sea monsters fleeing, the warriors of the three legions looked at the experts of the Dragon Palace who had revealed half of their bodies in a daze. There were more than 200 violent bodies, more than 200 tree men with terrifying thorns, and dozens of extremely powerful archers. Each of them was stronger than the other. They stood in a row and looked like an invincible city wall. This was almost comparable to the obliteration cannon at the front line of the Federation's royal family. Not bad. Wang Xian looked down and revealed a smile. Although the rewards from killing the sea monsters were not as great as the last time he ruled, it wouldn't be a problem to increase the number of Eternal Masters by 30 to 40. The members of the Dragon Palace would become stronger as they fought. This is our new army of the Blackwater Frontline, the Dragon Palace Army. All the warriors salute. Guardian Xian was also looking at the members of the Dragon Palace with a face full of joy. They had only been standing there for 5 hours. The death rate was 70% to 80% lower than before. If the army of the Dragon Palace could stand guard here forever, it would be a great joy for the Blackwater front. Salute. All the warriors around shouted excitedly as they looked at the members of the Dragon Palace on the surface of the sea. The strong would be respected wherever they went, especially when they helped to suppress the sea monsters and defended the front line. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of Dragon Palace members moved and flew towards the city wall. Dragon King, Prime Minister Gue, and the rest greeted Wang Xian respectfully. That's right, Prime Minister Gue. From now on, you will be in charge of the matters here. If you have any problems, you can look for General Xianzhan and other generals. Wang Xian said to them in satisfaction. If you have any problems, you can look for me. General Xianzhanshu said with a smile from the side. Prime Minister Gue nodded at him with a smile. Send all the spoils of war back to the Dragon Palace. I'll be leaving first. Wang Xian said to the members of the Dragon Palace. With a move of his body, he immediately flew into the distance. Now that the matters in the Dragon Palace had been settled, he had to continue to tame his war pets. There were many sea monsters on the battlefield, but he could not tame his war pets here. Once the formation was set up, he would be attacked by the powerful sea monsters. The formation would be broken, and the Eternal God Lord sea monsters would be able to escape immediately. Therefore, he still needed that idiot from the Battle Technique Secondary School. After visiting an academy and watching the students' cultivation, Wang Xian went straight to the teleportation formation of the academy. Although the battlefield was adjacent to the Xian Heaven domain, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to fly there. With Wang Xian's current strength, it would take 4 to 5 days. One could imagine how far it was. He could reach it in 1 to 2 hours through the teleportation formation. The battlefield city. This was an incomparably vast city with towering buildings and trees. Some birds were flying in the sky. Wang Xian walked out from the teleportation formation and walked forward with the crowd. When he arrived at an empty area, he moved his arm and a strand of hair appeared in his hand. Blood connection. The hair was naturally the second best part of the battle technique. It was formed by a formation. BZZZBZZZ. However, when he placed the hair into the formation, it melted rapidly and produced a bzzz sound. What is this? The treasure on that fellow's body can withstand some formations? Wang Xian's face turned black, and he frowned slightly. Without the formation to lock onto his location, where could he find him? Go straight to the Battle Techniques family? Even if he went straight there, with that fellow's character, people would say that he wasn't there. You better not let me catch you. Otherwise, just you wait. Wang Xian's face was dark and his eyes were shining. He opened his AI and immediately checked some information about invincible combat techniques. However, before he saw the news about invincible combat techniques, he saw the news about the Dragon Palace's war pet. He casually checked and found that the current Dragon Palace's war pet was abnormally popular. Especially the few photos, the number of views was beyond his imagination. Ever since the last promotion of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop, the Dragon Palace's war pets had entered everyone's sights, and the few photos completely made the Dragon Palace's war pets become extremely popular. The few photos were of Wang Xian and Yongxing Pingli fighting. At that time, the array formation had just been broken by the island master of the Tianhai Island, revealing the scene of the ice drill croc and hundreds of eternal lord-level war pets. In the photo, the battle pets were bursting with energy and were exuding an extremely powerful aura. With so many battle pets, it naturally caused the entire natural selection continent to be in an uproar. This also caused the Dragon Palace battle pets to become completely popular. He took a look at his own shop on the AI. The attention rating had reached 100 billion, which made Wang Xian slightly speechless. However, when he saw some of the comments below, his face turned extremely dark. An organization that claimed to be the support group for Invincible Battle Technique flooded the comments section. All of them were scolding him. Fuck. Wang Xian remembered this debt and blamed it all on Invincible Battle Technique. Invincible Casino. After checking some information, Wang Xian saw a message. Invincible Casino was the biggest and most popular entertainment venue in the entire Battle Technique city, and this Invincible Entertainment Ground was opened by Invincible Battle Technique. I didn't expect this kid to open a shop. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and searched for the location on the AI. He immediately flew towards Invincible Entertainment Ground. What a huge entertainment ground. Wang Xian flew to the sky above the entertainment ground. A hint of shock appeared on his face. It was about 4 to 5 kilometers in size and was about 3,000 meters tall. Wang Xian took a rough look. There were more than 100 floors, and each floor was relatively tall. The word invincible was written on the walls of the entire building. It was exceptionally eye-catching. The geographical location was needless to be mentioned. TSK, TSK, TSK. If I were to come over and cause trouble, would that kid come out? Wang Xian smacked his lips as his eyes sparkled. This time, Wang Xian wanted to teach that fellow a good lesson. He wanted to let him know how powerful he was. Chapter 23:20 2023 smashed the place. The first floor was the beast fighting zone. When Wang Xian entered the first floor of the Invincible Casino, he saw a glass-sealed pool in the middle. In the pool, there were 2 sea monsters fighting each other. Everyone in the surroundings was shouting excitedly. The area of each floor of the Invincible Casino was huge. There were at least 1,000 people shouting in the surroundings. He took a glance and walked to the elevator. Then, he walked straight to the top floor. The top floor was the most luxurious and expensive area in the entire Invincible Casino. There was a formation on the top floor that could overlook the entire Battle Tactic City. It had the most luxurious restaurant and the most high-tech arena. Ding! The elevator opened. Wang Xian wanted to cause a ruckus and attract Invincible's attention. Naturally, he wanted to go to the top floor. In the end, he had to demolish his entire building if he had to. Welcome to Our Lady's birthday party. Please show us your invitation. The elevator had just opened when the 2 beauties at the door suddenly spoke to Wang Xian. This made him slightly stunned. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Whose birthday party? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he asked. This? Of course it's Our Lady's birthday party. Don't you know? "Young master, you are not allowed to enter without an invitation." The two waiters were slightly stunned as they spoke immediately. "Who is Miss Tiame? Who is she that is invincible in battle techniques?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. "Young master, Miss Tiame is the younger sister of the young master of battle techniques. If you don't have an invitation, you are not allowed to enter." The waiter spoke to him patiently. "Younger sister?" Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Young master, please leave first." The two waiters noticed that Wang Xian obviously didn't know anything. It was obvious that he wasn't here for the birthday party. Hence, they said immediately, "I'm not too sure. However, it was that guy, invincible in combat, who invited me today. I don't have an invitation letter." Wang Xian shook his head indifferently. "Huh. You are not allowed to enter without an invitation letter." The two waiters were slightly stunned and shook their heads. "Then get that guy invincible in combat arts to come over," Wang Xian said directly. "Young master, invincible in combat arts hasn't come over yet. If you don't have an invitation, this can be used as an invitation." As the waiters continued to speak, Wang Xian moved his arm and took out the general badge given to him by guard Xianzhen. "This is—" The two waiters were a little confused. One of them took the AI and scanned it. "This?" When she saw the information displayed on the AI, her mouth gaped slightly. "His identity can't be fake. Let's wait for that guy who is invincible in combat techniques to come over." Wang Xian waved his hand at them and walked straight in. The two waiters hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him. They really didn't dare to stop the frontline general of the mysterious sky territory. Perhaps only young Master Invincible can get to know such a young general. The two waiters looked at each other and whispered. When Wang Xian heard the two waiters whispering to each other, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a smile appeared on his face. "If I can find an invincible warrior today, I will beat him up," he mumbled and walked inside. As soon as he entered, Wang Xian saw that the entire top floor had been temporarily converted into a birthday venue. At this moment, there were a total of 600 to 700 people inside. Most of them were young men and women. A small number of them were middle-aged men and women. Each and every one of them was dressed in extremely beautiful clothes. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and indeed, there was no one who was invincible in battle. He walked straight inside. He didn't care whether the others recognized him or not. He found a seat and sat down. He took out the fruits on the table and started eating. "I heard young Master Wudi is here today." Of course. Young Master Wudi dotes on Sister Tiame so much. Naturally, he wouldn't miss her birthday. "I really envy Sister Tiame. She has such a good brother." Now, young Master Wudi has an Eternal Lord level 5 mount. Even some middle-aged people are no match for him. Young Master Wudi is also handsome. If I were to... Wang Xian had just sat down when he heard the discussion of a few girls around him as if they were infatuated with him. "Invincible is a piece of trash?" Wang Xian heard their words and said indifferently, "Huh, who are you? Why are you talking about young Master Invincible like that? Are you asking for a beating?" When the girls heard his words, they turned their heads and said to Wang Xian with sullen faces. Wang Xian smiled and ignored them. The girls glared at him for a few seconds before turning around with a snort. "Miss Tianmei is here." At this moment, a voice sounded. At the front, a girl in a long dress walked out. The girl was full of smiles and had exquisite looks. She was indeed a rare beauty. "Thank you all for coming to my birthday party." The girl came out and said to everyone in the hall with a smile on her face. Her sweet voice was pleasing to the ears. Wang Xian sat down and took a look. Jean Fa Tianmei spoke and soon, men and women walked towards her. They surrounded her and spoke nonstop. One by one, they gave her gifts and chatted with her. Jean Fa Tianmei also chatted happily with each and every one of them. After a full half an hour, the crowd slowly quieted down. Jean Fa Tianmei held a glass of fruit wine and started to serve those who didn't come over to chat earlier. Wang Xian sat there and looked at the AI in boredom. After another half an hour, he didn't see any sign of invincible Jean Fa. "Hello, young master. May I know who you are?" At this moment, a voice sounded. Wang Xian sensed 5 or 6 people walking in front of him. In the middle, Jean Fatma was holding a fruit wine and looking at him with some doubt. Is your brother not here yet? Wang Xian didn't answer her question and asked her instead. My brother? This guy said he's here, but he hasn't come over yet. Jean Fatma pouted slightly and said unhappily, Send him a video call from your brain and tell him to come over immediately. Wang Xian said to her, Oh right, you haven't told me who you are. Do you know my brother? Jean Fatma sized him up in puzzlement. I know him. I've been waiting for him for a long time. Use the AI to open the video call and inform her. Wang Xian waved at her and said, Why don't you look for young Master Invincible yourself? Also, this is Sister Tianmei's birthday party. How did you get in? The woman standing beside Tianmei stared at Wang Xian and questioned him. That guy owes me money and now he wants to renege on his debt. Hurry up and inform Invincible Battle Technique. Wang Xian continued to speak impatiently. Young master, don't joke around here. How could my brother owe you money? Please leave now. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Tianmei Battle Technique looked a little embarrassed as she spoke with a dark expression. Her brother was invincible in battle techniques and was a heaven's favorite in the land of battle techniques. How could he owe anyone money? How did you get in here? Get out now. You even said that invincible in battle techniques owes you money. Next time, find a better reason and get lost. A young man who had been following around Jean Fatma shouted at Wang Xian. How dare he cause trouble at Tianmei's birthday party? He was courting death. Chapter 23-21 23-21 Your sister is in my hands. In the hall, everyone was attracted by the situation over here. When some people heard the cold voice, they immediately walked over. Get out now, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The few girls beside Jean Fatma also looked at Wang Xian in disgust and said coldly, This fellow was purely here to cause trouble. Everyone who was able to come here today had extraordinary backgrounds in the Jean Fa land. If they dared to cause trouble here, the consequences would be terrible. Wang Xian looked at the people around him who were staring at him coldly. There was a look of helplessness on his face. Contact your brother immediately. Wang Xian said to Tianmei. Get out of here immediately. A middle-aged man walked over and shouted at Wang Xian coldly. An aura that belonged to the Eternal Lord was directed towards Wang Xian. Huh, you're courting death. Wang Xian looked at him indifferently and waved his arm. Boom. An extremely powerful force landed on the middle-aged man's body. His entire body broke through the floor and fell downwards. What? Everyone was stunned. Looking at the hole that appeared under the middle-aged man's body, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Hurry up, hurry up. Today, we are here to cause trouble at Invincible Entertainment Ground. Inform Invincible Battle Technique. Wang Xian waved his hand at Invincible Battle Technique. You are courting death. How dare you cause trouble here? Around them, a group of young men pointed at Wang Xian in shock. He actually dared to cause trouble here. Not to mention their backgrounds. Today was the birthday of Invincible Battle Technique. Needless to say, Invincible Battle Technique had a background. To cause trouble here was practically making an enemy out of the entire land of battle technique. Making an enemy out of the immortal king was an act of courting death. Shut up all of you. Cut the crap. Quick, quick. Inform the Chinibyu of Invincible Battle Technique. Damn it, he owes money and wants to renege on his debt. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm and the heavenly beauty of battle technique came directly in front of him. He placed his hand on the heavenly beauty of battle technique and said with a smile, You, stop immediately. Let go of heavenly beauty. The surrounding young men and women were panicking. However, after witnessing an eternal Lord-level powerhouse being beaten down, they did not dare to make a move rashly. What are you going to do? At this moment, Jean Fatma was also panicking. She felt that her body was being restrained and her face was slightly pale. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Contact your brother via video call. Wang Xian said to her again. All right, I'll contact him. Jean Fa Tianmei nodded with a bitter expression. She could sense Wang Xian's strength. If he really wanted to harm her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like he had a life-and-death grudge with her brother. She gestured to the people around her and immediately took out her AI to contact invincible battle technique. Little sister, brother will be here soon. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Brother will give you a surprise later. The moment the video was played, invincible battle technique's voice was heard from inside. Chinibyu, your sister is in my hands. Come here immediately, or we'll become a family. At this moment, invincible battle technique was in the home of a beast tamer master in the battle technique city. It was his sister's birthday, so he naturally had to prepare a big gift. He happened to get an ice drill crocodile and a northern howling sky wolf from that guy last time. He was going to ask the beast tamer master to help his sister tame the northern howling sky wolf. He immediately answered his sister's call. However, when he heard the reply from the AI, his expression changed drastically. He immediately looked at the video and saw a face with a cold smile. Wang Xian, if you dare to touch a single hair on my sister, I will be your enemy. Invincible in combat arts immediately jumped up and roared. However, the next moment, the video was cut off. This damn fellow. He actually found this place and even kidnapped Tianmei. Invincible battle technique looked at the pitch-black video, and his expression changed drastically. We're a family now. This fellow won't do anything to my sister, right? Wang Xian, if you dare, invincible battle technique, and you will be enemies. Isn't it just a dozen of elixirs? Invincible battle technique roared. Without any hesitation, he flew straight towards invincible entertainment ground. This damn guy, he actually kidnapped my sister. Invincible battle technique roared in a low voice as he flew. However, just as he was hurrying over, someone arrived at invincible entertainment ground at an even more terrifying speed. This was the birthday of invincible battle technique, when Wang Xian came out to cause trouble and ruin the scene. When the level 1 Eternal Lord powerhouse was penetrated through the entire building by Wang Xian, someone contacted the elders in his family. This group of people were all the descendants of the current powerhouses in the land of battle techniques. When they learned that there was trouble here, more than a dozen powerhouses immediately flew over. Boom, boom, boom. On the top floor of the invincible casino, more than a dozen figures flew over with cold faces. The terrifying aura directly tore apart the top floor of the entire building. Who dares to cause trouble in our combat arts land? An old man stared coldly at the position of the hall. The experts from our combat arts land are here. Our experts are here. That fellow is dead for sure. How dare he cause trouble in our place? Seeing the group of experts flying over, the group of young men and women heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Wang Xian, who was holding on to the heavenly beauty of combat arts. Their eyes were filled with anger. This fellow is dead for sure. Senior, he is the one who came to cause trouble. Now, he is holding on to Tian Mei's younger sister. Just now, he even injured big brother Tianfeng. A young man immediately flew over and shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of killing intent charged toward Wang Xian. However, two of them recognized Wang Xian immediately when they saw him. This person seemed to be the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. When more than 10 experts flew over, Wang Xian also saw them. He swept his gaze across a few familiar figures and revealed a faint smile on his face. He's here to collect the debt. There's no other way. That guy, invincible, wants to renege on his debt. Wang Xian looked at those figures and said indifferently, Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Invincible owe you money? To dare to cause trouble in our land of battle techniques, he has to pay a heavy price. A middle-aged man shouted angrily, Don't be anxious. That guy Invincible will be here soon. You will know in a while. Wang Xian smiled at the few of them and didn't care at all. He was here to collect the debt. What was there to be afraid of? You. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man wanted to say something but was stopped by the others. They coughed softly. It was possible that they owed money to Invincible in battle. They were in the wrong now. Furthermore, the other party didn't hurt anyone. They couldn't make a move now. It would be bad if they were to lose face. This, Boss Wong, you can't do it this way, right? Another middle-aged man said with a dark face. There's no other way. If you don't reply to my messages, you can only come to his invincible entertainment ground to mess things up. Wang Xian said calmly. Everyone around was slightly stunned when they heard the words of Wang Xian and the few elders. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What was going on? Wang Xian, I'm invincible in combat because I owe you some elixirs. How dare you kidnap my sister? At this moment, an extremely furious voice was heard. Chapter 23-22 23-22, 2322 beat him up violently. Wang Xian, I'm invincible in battle technique just because I owe you some elixirs. How dare you kidnap my sister? An exasperated voice sounded in the sky above the battle technique city. Invincible in battle technique flew towards the invincible entertainment ground at a terrifying speed. When he saw that the roof of his entertainment ground had been torn off and Wang Xian placed his arm on his sister's body, his eyes were burning with fury. Wang Xian, this fellow was outrageous. This? When Tian Mei heard her brother's voice, she was slightly stunned. The corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. Did her brother really owe him elixirs? The faces of the few experts from the land of battle techniques turned dark as well. Fortunately, they did not make a move just now. If the rest of the people from the Tianzi continent knew that someone had come to settle the score and beat him up, their land of battle techniques would have lost a lot of face. I owe you some elixirs. Do you still owe me a few dozen level 5 elixirs of the Eternal Lord? Wang Xian heard his words and saw this fellow flying over. He asked with a dark face. At the same time, his body moved. He raised his fist and attacked him directly. Bullshit. I am invincible in my battleground. I only owe you 15 level 5 elixirs of the Eternal Lord. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Invincible's face turned dark. Since when did he owe you more than 10 elixirs? When the crowd heard Invincible's words, they turned around and didn't want to see this scene. He owed 15 Eternal Lord level elixirs. How many elixirs were these? Elixirs of this grade were priceless. No wonder others came knocking on his door. Bang! The next moment, they heard an extremely violent collision sound. Everyone looked over immediately. They saw their invincible young master flying backward. I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. You owe me pills. The AI has contacted you, yet you still haven't replied. You want to renege on your debt. Now, with interest, you have to return me 50 pills. Wang Xian's fist landed on Invincible's body as he stared coldly at his body that was sent flying. You bastard. Rob me of my money. Invincible roared furiously as his body crashed onto the ground. I won't give it to you. If you don't give it to me next time, I'll kidnap your sister. Wang Xian landed on the ground and grabbed him directly. Bam! A powerful force landed on his body as his body was sent flying towards Invincible Entertainment Field. Wang Xian, don't go too far. This is the territory of my invincible battle technique. If you dare to touch me or threaten me again, I won't return your pills. You won't be able to kill me anyway. Invincible battle technique roared furiously. His body penetrated through the building behind him and the entire building. If you don't return it, I will tear down your invincible casino. Wang Xian moved his body and instantly appeared on the body of Invincible Battle Technique. He grabbed his body and smashed it towards the building again. Now that Wang Xian's strength had increased greatly, Invincible Battle Technique was no different from a doll in front of him. However, the ultimate treasure on this guy was too powerful. Even with his current strength, he couldn't break through his defense. Roar! At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique, who had been beaten up by Wang Xian, was a little angry. His body shook and the Eternal Kingdom appeared behind him. The Ice Drill Crocodile flew out from it. The Ice Drill Crocodile roared and Invincible Battle Technique stood proudly on it. He knew Wang Xian's strength. He was at level 5 of the Eternal Lord. With the Ice Drill Crocodile, he could still fight against it. Wang Xian, if you dare to attack me again, Don't blame me for being impolite to you. Invincible Battle Technique stood proudly on the ice drill crocodile and said with a dark face, "Idiot, I gave you this ice drill crocodile. Then, the battle pet I gave you still wants to deal with me. With your strength, there's no way you can suppress the ice drill alligator. Moreover, to prevent you from not returning the money, don't I have any other tricks up my sleeves?" Wang Xian looked at the ice drill alligator beneath him, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Buzz. His aura shook, and he charged towards the ice drill alligator. Roar! Roar! The ice drill alligator immediately roared and twisted its body. Streams of ice rushed towards the invincible battle tactic on its body. Damn it, Wang Xian, you tricked me. The invincible battle tactic saw the ice drill alligator attacking him and flying towards Wang Xian. It roared furiously. The ice drill alligator actually flew towards Wang Xian and abandoned him. This was his ice drill alligator, a level 5 battle pet of the eternal celestial master. So what if I tricked you? If you don't return the money, I will take back the ice drill alligator. Wang Xian said to him indifferently. When did I say that I won't return the money? At this moment, the helpless invincible battle technique's voice weakened as he said to Wang Xian with a dark face, "Then why didn't you reply to my message?" Wang Xian stared at him mockingly. I didn't see it." Invincible battle technique said in a low voice. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the ice drill crocodile into the mother nest. All right, we are all friends. Don't hurt your feelings just because of a little money. Since I'm here, bring me around. Wang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the look on Wang Xian's face. You, give me my battle pet. Invincible's expression changed. Let's see your performance. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Hee, Boss Wang, what kind of relationship do we have? Boss Wang, you own a pet shop in the Dragon Palace and you still care about an ice drill crocodile? With our relationship, you still care about a little money. Indeed, talking about money hurts our relationship. Since Boss Wang has come to the land of battle techniques, I, Invincible of battle techniques, will definitely treat you with great hospitality. Invincible of battle techniques' expression changed, and he quickly burst into laughter. He couldn't win the fight, and he owed money. Hence, his battle pet was taken back. What could he do? If he were to look for the elders in his family, not only would he be shameless, even if he was shameless, the elders in his family might not even make a move. This was too embarrassing. Speaking of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop, I do recall that there seems to be your support group scolding me under my shop. I will have to put this debt on your head. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and walked to Invincible Battle Technique's side. Then, he patted his shoulder heavily. Really? How is that possible? Why would my support group scold Boss Wang? If I know about it, I will definitely criticize them. Invincible Battle Technique's expression changed slightly as he said this while feigning confusion. He naturally knew about the publicity of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. He was the one who led the group to scold Wang Xian. Of course, he couldn't say anything about this matter. Hee. Wang Xian patted his head. Invincible Battle Technique's face was dark, and he didn't dare to resist. This Boss Wang, my sister's birthday is today. You can't do such a thing next time. After all, my sister is your sister. Invincible Battle Technique said to Wang Xian with a dark face. If you didn't go back on your word, why would I get your sister to call you over? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Wang Xian said indifferently. Invincible Battle Technique gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Around them, the young men and women of Invincible Battle Technique were twitching their lips when they saw this scene. Is this my brother? Is this the peerless prodigy of the land of battle technique? This was the first time they had seen such a shameless scene. Chapter 23:23. 23:23 each, and every one of them was more arrogant than the last. Tian Mei, let me introduce you to Wang Xian, Boss Wang. He is a very loyal and good person. He is the boss of the Dragon Palace's pet shop. Boss Wang was the one who helped me tame my ice drill croc. On the top floor of Invincible Casino, Invincible Battle Technique introduced his sister with a smile. Hello. Wang Xian nodded at Invincible Battle Technique Tian Mei with a smile. Yes, you. Hello. Invincible Battle Technique Tian Mei looked at Wang Xian weakly and said, Little sister, it's your birthday today. I've prepared a war pet for you, the Northern Howling Sky Wolf. How about it? It's a war pet of the second level of the Eternal Celestial Master. Boss Wang, my sister is your sister. Help me tame her later. Invincible Battle Technique winked at Wang Xian and said, Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Hee, that's good. Then, can you return my battle pet to me? Invincible Battle Technique smiled at him. Huh, what? Didn't you use the ice drill alligator to pay for it? Wang Xian looked at him in astonishment. Boss Wang, you can't bully others like this. Invincible Battle Technique's expression kept changing. In the end, he said with a crying face, I will treat others the way they treat me. Wang Xian said slowly, That's my battle pet. Invincible Battle Technique growled in a low voice with a face full of unwillingness. Let's see how you perform. Wang Xian said leisurely, Boss Wang, you will be my boss for the rest of my life. Let's not talk about other things. In the land of Battle Technique, I am the boss of my ancestors, your second brother, and my third brother. In this territory, no one dares to provoke you. You can do whatever you want. Invincible Battle Technique raised his head and spoke to Wang Xian with a serious expression. As he spoke, he patted his chest. Tian Mei, who was at the side, turned her gaze to the side. Her brother was not like this. Her brother was a peerless heaven's favorite. He was outstanding in the entire land of battle techniques and suppressed all the young men of the same generation. He had monstrous talent. This was not her brother. My strength has improved this time. I'll bring you to continue catching sea monsters and battle pets. Wang Xian said to him, Improved? Your strength has improved? Can you handle the ice-splitting swallowfish of the level 6 Eternal Lord? Boss Wang, I don't want the ice-drilling crocodile anymore. I want the ice-splitting swallowfish. Haha, that battle pet is cool. Invincible in the battlefield trembled slightly. Following that, he shouted excitedly, It depends on your performance. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and continued to speak. As long as this fellow was willing to go with him to capture a war pet, it didn't matter even if he was given a level 6 war pet of the Eternal Lord. He could even do it even if it was a level 7 war pet. With him around, capturing a war pet would be much easier. Ha ha ha, good boss. I don't want the little ice drill crocodile anymore. When do we set off? Invincible Battle Technique asked excitedly. The sooner the better. Wang Xian said with a smile. All right, let's set off today. Invincible Battle Technique couldn't help but say, Brother, it's my birthday today. My parents said that they want to have dinner together. Invincible Battle Technique, who was at the side, said unhappily, Oh, right, I almost forgot. Little sister, this time when I'm back, I'll get you a level 6 or 7 war pet of the Eternal Lord. How about it, Boss Wang? You won't be stingy with your little sister, right? Invincible Battle Technique said with a smile as he looked at Wang Xian. As long as you get a lot of rewards, I can give you a level 6 or 7 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. Wang Xian promised directly. Did you hear that, little sister? This guy is a big shot. Wait for me to scam some good stuff for you. Invincible Battle Technique transmitted his voice to his little sister and winked at her. Umitba Fighter nodded his head speechlessly. Boss Wang, let's have a meal together later. Invincible Fighter said without asking him if he agreed or not. He flew straight to the back of the city. Behind them was a huge mountain range. In the middle of the mountain range was a valley, and beside it was a river. Here, there were mountains and rivers. It was a rare paradise. Invincible brought it home. His parents were also the higher-ups of the land of combat. One of them had the strength of a level 6 Eternal Lord, while the other had the strength of a level 3 Eternal Lord. Both of them were slightly surprised by Wang Xian's arrival. However, he had already learned about what happened today. Wang Xian didn't say anything after a simple meal with him. Invincible, you can make friends with this friend of yours. It will be beneficial to you. Seeing Wang Xian leave with a servant, the woman poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said slowly to him, "Of course. Not to mention other things, Boss Wang is extremely powerful. He is also a beast tamer master. This time, I will go out with him. Next time, I will bring a level 6 or 7 war pet of the Eternal Lord. By then, even you are no match for me, Dad." Ha ha ha. Invincible Battle Technique laughed arrogantly. Pong! A huge palm slapped on his head, causing Invincible Battle Technique to be a little stunned. His aura is very young, and his strength is also very strong. Moreover, I've looked up some information about him. He has the position of Blackwater Frontline General of the mysterious Sky Domain. The middle-aged man said indifferently to him, "Blackwater Frontline General? Is he that powerful? After a while, I will ask the Patriarch to give me the position of a general." Invincible Battle Technique said indifferently, "Shut up, you brat. Don't make trouble for me." The middle-aged man shouted at him angrily, "There are many vice-generals in Blackwater Frontline, but there are only 18 true generals. The weakest one is at the 9th level of the Eternal Divine Lord, and he has a huge military industry. He became a general at such a young age not only because of his strength and ability, but also because of Son of Heaven Xian." The middle-aged man drank a cup of tea and said with a serious face, "So powerful, isn't he even more powerful than brother in the land of battle techniques?" Tian Mei, who was at the side, opened her mouth and said with a face full of shock, "Your big brother is not as powerful as him. Not long ago, he killed an Eternal Lord rank 4 expert in the Heavenly Academy and killed 2 Heaven's favorites who were plotting against him. He rushed to the front line and killed 2 Eternal rank 5 commanders in the front line of Blackwater. He's much more arrogant than your big brother." The middle-aged man looked at his daughter and said indifferently, "This?" Battle Tactics' unrivaled beauty opened her mouth slightly, her face full of shock. "Awesome, as expected of Boss Wang. He can be so arrogant in the mysterious sky territory. TSK, I am indeed a little inferior compared to him." Battle Tactics' unrivaled's eyes flashed with a luster, and he was also full of amazement. Get lost, don't bother me here." The middle-aged man saw him like this and didn't want to remind him anymore. He waved his hand at him. Invincible Battle Technique walked away with a smile. He kept thinking in his heart, Boss Wang was so arrogant and unbridled in the mysterious sky territory. If he wanted to achieve this step, he was still far from it. If I can have an Eternal God Lord level 7 or 8 battle pet, I can also be so arrogant in the battle technique land," he murmured, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Chapter 23-24 23-24 2324 Sky Realm. Let's go. If you get more rewards this time, feel free to choose any battle pets of level 6, 7, or even level 8. The next day, Wang Xian promised to Invincible Battle Technique. He knew that this guy had some ulterior motives last time. This time, he had to give him a sweet date first. "Boss Wang, it can't be. Even an existence of level 8 Eternal Lord can be tamed?" Unrivaled Battle Technique was holding some food in his hands. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and said to Wang Xian, "What do you think?" Wang Xian smiled faintly. A terrifying pressure surged towards Unrivaled Battle Technique. Feeling this pressure, Unrivaled Battle Technique's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? It was really comparable to the pressure of level 8 of the Master of Eternal God. Previously, they were still being chased by the ice-splitting swallow fish. The level 8 combat strength of the Master of Eternal God was considered a top-notch expert in the entire Tianzi continent. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to turn things around. However, it was a level 8 war pet of the Master of Eternal God. Invincible's eyes slowly turned red. He threw the food in his hand and hugged Wang Xian's thigh. "Boss Wang, as long as I have a level 8 war pet of the Master of Eternal God, I will definitely not have any objections." He stared at Wang Xian with a burning face and roared, "It all depends on your own performance. Don't think that I don't know what happened last time." Wang Xian looked at him indifferently. "Don't worry, Boss Wang. I will not slack off this time. This time, we will get at least 1,000 war pets of the eternal God Lord. In the future, the war pets of the Dragon Palace will not only be famous in the Heaven Selection continent, but also in the entire greater world. In the future, I, Invincible in Battle Techniques, will be the deputy manager of the pet shop of the Dragon Palace. I will work hard for the glory of the pet shop of the Dragon Palace without any salary. Invincible in Battle Techniques raised his head and shouted with a face full of confidence. Wang Xian glanced at him. His performance was pretty good. Let's go, he said faintly. Boss Wang, I think we should change to another place. Suddenly, Invincible Battle Technique said to Wang Xian. Change to another place? Wang Xian looked at him. Due to the temperature in the northern region of extreme cold, there are fewer sea monsters there compared to other places. Furthermore, it's rare to see sea monsters of level 7 or 8 of the Eternal Lord. I think we can go to the sea region of the Sky Realm. There are more sea monsters there. There are illusion-colored fish, colorful dragon pythons, stellar flying fish, earth-scale turtle, conch sea monsters, triangular horseshoe crabs that are suitable for mounts. Invincible introduced to Wang Xian. The sea area of the Sky Realm? Wang Xian looked at him with slight doubt. Boss Wang, don't tell me you don't even know the sea area of the sea area of the Sky Realm? The sea area of the sea area of the Sky Realm is located at the junction of the Land of Battle Techniques and the City of the Sky. Because the people in the City of the Sky are afraid of death, there are more sea monsters in the Land of the Sky Realm. The colorful dragon pythons of the Earth-scale turtle are all sea monsters of level 7 and 8 of the Eternal Lord. If we are lucky, we can capture more than 1,000 sea monsters as battle pets. Invincible Battle Technique's eyes were glowing as he spoke. All right, lead the way. Let's go, Wang Xian said directly. Wang Xian knew about the City in the Sky. In the Tianzhe continent, there were 4 factions that had immortal god kings. They were the Xian Heaven Domain, the Battle Technique Clan, the Sword Domain, and the City in the Sky. The City in the Sky was just like its name. It was a city that was located in the sky that was more than 100,000 meters high. It was also the safest place in the Tianzhe continent. It was said that the City in the Sky was built to withstand the attacks of the sea monsters. The city was suspended in the sky. Naturally, it would be better to avoid the attacks of the sea monsters. Let's go, Boss Wang. This time, let's do something big. Invincible Battle Technique was full of excitement as he spoke to Wang Xian. His fighting spirit was high. Invincible Battle Technique led the way. After teleporting a few times, the two of them flew towards the sea. Boss Wang, that sea area is a little different from the other sea areas. There are many algae and jellyfish floating in the middle of that sea area. Some of them are extremely poisonous. That sea area is much more dangerous than the Arctic North. There are even level 9 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. We have to be careful. Invincible reminded Wang Xian. What is the limit of your defense? Wang Xian asked him. As long as we don't encounter any Immortal King-level sea monsters, there won't be too much of a problem. Invincible said proudly. All right then. Our main target this time is level 1 to level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. If you don't try your best, you will end up with nothing. Wang Xian warned him. Don't worry, Boss Wang. I will definitely get the level 8 war pet of the Eternal God Lord. Invincible in Battle Strategy said with a smile. This time, no matter how much effort he put in, as long as he could get a level 8 war pet of the Eternal God Lord, he was willing. The two of them flew above the sea surface. The deep seabed emitted a terrifying aura. After flying for a day, the surface of the sea in front of them suddenly changed. The surface of the sea was sparkling, emitting a colorful luster. The place below was not as deep as the other parts of the sea. Instead, it was emitting light. The surface of the sea is somewhat related to the City in the Sky. The City in the Sky is located in the sky. The light shines on the City in the Sky and eventually falls here, forming this sparkling sea area. As a result, a large amount of seaweed was born and attracted a large number of jellyfish. In fact, this place is still a few 100 million kilometers away from the City in the Sky. Invincible battle technique introduced the place to Wang Xian. The two of them stopped and floated in the sky. Let's go in. We will advance slowly from the edge. Wang Xian said to Invincible battle technique. In the entire Tianzi continent, humans occupied 6 portions of the territory, while sea monsters occupied 14 portions. The reason why it was described as 14% was because the surface area was 40%, while the area of the underground sea was the surface of the sea and the land. This place could be considered as the surface area of the deep sea, and it was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the nearest sky city. Voila! The two of them entered the bottom of the sea. Unlike other sea areas, the sea here was colorful. There were floating seaweed and glowing jellyfish. Some of the huge jellyfish could cover an area of more than 10 kilometers. The colorful light shone on the bottom of the sea, and the two of them flew straight down. They dived down for about 3,000 kilometers. Let's get to work, Wang Xian said to Invincible battle technique. All right, Boss Wang. Invincible battle technique was very enthusiastic as he said that. His body moved, and he immediately flew forward. Wang Xian looked at his figure, and a smile appeared on his face. He should have gained quite a lot this time. Buzz. After the formation was set up, Wang Xian's strength had greatly increased. Be it a defensive formation or an offensive formation, he was able to fight against the level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. With sufficient preparation and the assistance of the formation, he could also fight against 2 to 3 level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. I'll use the time when I'm invincible in battle to find sea monsters to learn a new array formation. Chapter 23-25 23-25, 2325 coveted it. Wang Xian's current strength had increased tremendously. However, his attainments in formations did not make up for the increase in his strength. He could use this period of time when he was invincible in battle techniques to search for sea monsters to learn new formations. With the guidance of the God of Heaven's formation and the use of his own attributes to cultivate formations, his speed was much faster. Time passed little by little. Wang Xian quickly grasped one formation after another. Boss Wang, kill them, kill them. 2 hours later, Invincible's furious voice rang out. Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked over. A faint smile appeared on his face. Good fellow, well done. Looking at the dozen or so sea monsters chasing behind Invincible, a smile appeared on his face. The silver spear sea monster had a spear-like head and wind attribute. It possessed the strength of a level 1 Eternal Lord. It was not bad to have such a sea monster as a battle pet. Boom, boom, boom. There was no need for a formation when facing a level 1 Eternal Lord sea monster. With his current strength, he could directly rule it. A powerful dragons might cover the area. More than a dozen of the Eternal Lord sea monsters trembled. Their faces were filled with fear and respect. Not bad, continue. Wang Xian moved his body and directly kept more than a dozen sea monsters into the mother nest. This is so fast. Boss Wang is indeed much more powerful. Seeing how fast Wang Xian was taming his battle pet, Invincible battle technique revealed an excited look on his face. There was hope for the level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. Invincible battle technique, who was full of fighting spirit, immediately flew out to attract the sea monsters. With the supreme treasure given to him by the Patriarch, even a peak-level Eternal Lord would find it difficult to defeat him. He was wreaking havoc in this sea area, and there was no danger at all. Even if he was swallowed by the sea monsters directly, he would still be able to crawl out. Even if the place he crawled out from might be a little shameful, he didn't care. His fighting spirit was high. With such a perfect teammate, Wang Xian managed to tame more than 100 Eternal Godlord level sea monsters in the next 2 days. There were more than 100 of them. This was another huge amount of resources. What do you think, Boss Wang? There are 3 level 6 illusion color sea fish from the Eternal God level. Invincible battle technique stood in front and asked with a smile as he watched Wang Xian tame the illusion color sea. This illusion color sea fish is very suitable for a female powerhouse's mount. It's very beautiful. Do you want to use it to flirt with girls? Wang Xian said to Invincible battle technique with a smile. TSK, I'm invincible in battle tactics. I have a few billion beauties in my backup team. I don't want this illusion-colored sea fish. I don't like girls' playthings. Invincible in battle tactics was really inflated now. In the past, if he could obtain such a battle pet, he would be so happy that he could fly into the sky. However, now, he had a broad vision. At the very least, only a level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord would be suitable for his identity. Then you should continue to work hard, Wang Xian said with a smile. Don't worry. With my invincible battle technique, the entire underground sea is our backyard. All the sea monsters are our battle pets. As invincible battle technique said that, he dashed out directly. Wang Xian smiled and looked at the background of his departure. It's about the same with getting more than 100 battle pets for Boss Wang. Next, should I look for my own battle pets? I wonder which battle pets will be fated to be with me. Hee hee. Invincible in battle techniques flew as he thought to himself happily. However, I can't be too obvious this time. I have to catch a few more level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. Otherwise, I'll be in debt again. He mumbled. This was a dog that can't change its spots. If Wang Xian knew what he was thinking at this moment, his face would definitely be extremely dark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This is a school of Xingwen flying fish? Holy shit, how many are there? There are more than 200 of them. This is practically a school of the Eternal Lord. More than 200 Xingwen flying fish sea monsters flew over. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow, causing a huge commotion. The Xingwen flying fish sea monsters were at level 3 of the Eternal Lord. Well, since we have met them, why don't we lure them to Boss Wang? In the future, he probably won't talk to me about debts anymore. Boss Wang, oh Boss Wang, I've treated you well. As he spoke, his body moved and directly attacked the school of fish. You bunch of beasts, showing off like this in front of me. Invincible battle technique. It's not like you don't want to live anymore. He attacked and roared at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars came out from the mouth of the stellar flying fish. Seeing that someone actually provoked them, they directly attacked invincible battle technique. Beasts, if you have the guts, chase after me. Humph, humph, I don't even want trash like you to be my steeds. He ran as fast as he could. Recently, he felt that his speed had increased a lot. He was running for his life every day, and his speed was almost approaching that of an Eternal God Lord rank 2 expert. This made him slightly proud. Shit, someone provoked the Xingwen Flying Fish School. Damn it, who was that guy? Just as invincible battle technique was running for his life with the School of Fish, behind the School of Star when flying fish, more than 10 people saw the School of Star when flying fish suddenly flying forward, and their faces were filled with exasperation. Master Yuan Liang, what should we do now? A middle-aged man looked at an old man beside him and asked with some embarrassment. We were just trying our luck. It's our bad luck to be disturbed by someone. Master Yuan Liang, who was wearing a 100-beast costume, frowned and shook his head slightly. Now that the Xingwen Flying Fish School has been disturbed, the chances of them flying back to their nest are not high. We can only use our beast tamers to catch them directly. However, we only have 10 beast tamers in our hands. Whether or not we make a move depends on you. Master Yuan Liang said to the middle-aged man beside him. Catch 5. Although the beast tamers are extremely precious, as long as we can catch a level 3 Eternal Godlord star when flying fish, it's worth it. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, then we'll continue to follow behind and catch 5 of them by surprise and tame them. Master Yuan Liang nodded, and everyone immediately followed behind. That guy only has the strength of an Eternal God Lord level 1. Why did he provoke the star when flying fish? Moreover, the defensive treasures on his body are so powerful. More than 10 people followed behind, looking at the invincible battle technique being pursued with astonishment. With such weak strength, he still provoked the powerful sea monster. Wasn't he courting death? Invincible battle technique. He claims to be invincible in battle technique. He is that peerless heaven's favorite from the land of battle technique. What is he trying to do? Among the more than 10 people, when the only young man heard the voice coming from the front, a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He seems to have obtained a rank 5 eternal godlord ice drill crocodile some time ago, he said in a low voice, full of envy. Ice drill crocodile? It's abnormal. Master Yuan Liang, let's not make a move first and follow behind. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the lead said in a low voice, his eyes shining. Okay. Master Yuan Liang nodded slightly. The invincible battle technique in front of him was indeed a bit strange. There must be something he wanted. Chapter 23-26 23-26, 2326 had his eyes on them. You bunch of bastards, just you wait. I'll teach you a good lesson later. Damn it, don't open your stinky mouth. Get lost. In the underground sea of the Sky Realm, invincible battle technique was located in the middle of the sea monsters. He was being attacked by the star-literate flying fish. Some of the star-literate flying fish were biting him, while others were flapping their wings. His entire body was like a rubber ball that was being attacked by the star-literate flying fish. He could only use some of the gaps to guide the sea monsters towards where Wang Xian was. Invincible, who had been under attack all this while, was cursing non-stop. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to bump into this group of damn sea monsters, he wouldn't have been prepared to do such a job. This bunch of animals was really unlucky. The defensive treasures on Invincible's body are so strong. He actually survived such an attack. Invincible battle technique is the most outstanding disciple in the entire land of battle technique in the past 100,000 years. It's the same in the entire heavenly swamp continent. It's said that Patriarch battle technique dotes on him very much. This defensive treasure should have been given to him by that godly monarch. Behind invincible battle technique, more than a dozen people followed behind him. They were discussing softly as they watched the scene in front of them. Did you guys notice that invincible battle technique is intentionally attracting the sea monsters in that direction? At this moment, an old man frowned and pointed in a direction as he said, That's true. Why is he attracting these sea monsters to that place? The rest of the people were deep in thought as they quietly followed behind. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the lead flickered as he had an uncertain guess in his heart. The group of people followed far behind. Invincible battle technique did not notice anything at all. Boss Wong, great harvest. Ha ha ha, great harvest. More than 200 starward flying fish, quickly praise me. Ha ha ha. The group of people followed for an hour, and invincible battle technique's excited voice came from the front. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, they saw a formation suddenly rise up. The formation covered an area of more than 100 kilometers, and invincible battle technique and all the sea monsters were all covered. What's going on? At this moment, the people behind them revealed shocked expressions. Using the array to cover more than 200 star language, flying fish sea monsters, ambush. Was the ambush effective? The eternal god lord level sea monsters could instantly escape if they were threatened. But if it was an ambush, why go through so much trouble? We seem to have encountered some secret. Master Yuan Liang narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I have a premonition as well. The middle-aged man in the lead said the same thing. Be careful, don't be discovered. The middle-aged man reminded the people beside him. With the hidden items given to us by the Patriarch, we shouldn't be discovered. An old man said with a smile. More than a dozen people floated there quietly. Looking around, they couldn't see anyone. A powerful hidden treasure covered them. A day passed quickly. The dozen or so people did not lose their patience. They stared at the area silently. The array formation has disappeared. Suddenly, sensing the change in front of them, the middle-aged man in the lead said, Boss Wong, we have tamed more than 200 war pets for you this time. These are more than 200 Tier 3 Eternal Godlord war pets. Are you considering giving me some rewards? Sure, I will definitely treat you well when the time comes. The array formation disappeared, and two figures appeared in their line of sight. When they heard the voice coming from the front, more than a dozen people were instantly stunned. Hoo-hoo, how is this possible? How is this possible? How could those flying starfish be tamed? Master Yuan Liang's breathing was somewhat hurried, and his face revealed an expression of disbelief. As a formation master, he knew how difficult it was to tame sea monsters. Especially the eternal God Lord level sea monsters, the greatest difficulty was to bind them. To bind them, it was best to find their nest and prevent them from escaping. Otherwise, the sea monsters could escape in an instant. But now, listening to the previous words, the other party had tamed more than 200 starward flying fish sea monsters. How could this be? There were more than 200 level 3 Eternal Godlord sea monsters. That young man is the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet. Master Yuan Liang said slowly. His eyes were burning. Dragon Palace's war pet? The others were also shocked. They knew that the Dragon Palace's war pet could sell more than 100 Eternal Godlord level war pets and more than 3,000 peak god level ice-breaking wolves in a shop. After the Dragon Palace's war pets advertised on the AI, their names completely shook the entire Tianzi continent. Many people were extremely curious. Where did the Dragon Palace's war pets get so many war pets? It was fine if there were 10 or 8 of them, but it was so easy to get more than 100. This was too heaven-defying. However, what they didn't expect was that they would actually meet. The Dragon Palace's war pet owner? It's indeed him. I've seen his photo. He seems to have had a conflict with the Mysterious Sky frontline experts in the Mysterious Sky domain. Someone in the AI said that he has the strength of an Eternal God Lord level 5. The only young man widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It seems that the array formation just now has some effects of the Beast Tamer Ring, but it's even more powerful than the Beast Tamer Ring. It can cover such a large area. It's unbelievable." The middle-aged man in the lead was a little shocked. An array formation could tame all the sea monsters. This was an array formation. It was simply unbelievable. They asked Master Yuan Liang to help them capture some powerful sea monsters and tame them as battle pets. They spent a huge amount of divine stones just to buy the Beast Tamer rings. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Beast Tamer rings in their hands were worth 10 Eternal Godlord Tier 4 battle pets. Of course, the value of the Beast Tamer rings was not equal. They had beginner and intermediate Beast Tamers. Beast Tamers could make a sea monster or desolate beast unable to return to its nest for a certain period of time. Taming it during this period of time would allow it to become a battle pet. It was made with the blood essence of a powerful sea monster and was extremely precious. The owner of the Dragon Palace's battle pet clearly had his own special method. No wonder the Dragon Palace's battle pets can have so many battle pets. They can capture more than 200 of them at once. If our Divine Pet Pavilion could obtain such a method. Master Yuan Liang's breathing quickened and his eyes were burning. The Pet God Pavilion used to be the most powerful war pet shop in the entire Tianzi continent. They had branches in the 4 godly monarch areas and the royal family area of the Federation. There were also more than a dozen beast tamers. Even so, they could only obtain less than 30 Eternal Godlord level war pets every year. Most of them were low level. If such a method could be obtained, then if such a method can be mastered, then the resources that can be obtained will be beyond everyone's imagination. It will even make the God King tempted. The middle-aged leader's heart moved, and his expression changed. Chapter 23-27 23-27, 23-27. We're rich. Below the sky level sea area, over 10 people were breathing heavily as they stared ahead. They were all clear on the value of the war pets. On Tianzi continent, even if you could get over 10,000 Eternal Godlord level war pets, you could still sell them. How much were over 10,000 Eternal Godlord level war pets worth? These values, even undying emperors would be tempted. This was just the Tianzi continent. In the entire universe, trillions of planets, millions and millions of Eternal God level war pets could be sold. How much of a resource was this? If they could obtain such a technique to trap Eternal God level war pets, to them, this was an endless treasure trove. Who wouldn't be tempted? Especially to Master Yuan Liang. His heart was burning with passion. Master Yuan Liang, if we can obtain this kind of array formation, Will we be able to tame thousands or even tens of thousands of eternal God war pets? The middle-aged leader suddenly turned to look at Master Yuan Liang and asked him with a burning gaze. If that array formation really has the effect of the Beast Tamer Ring, with the help of an expert, we will be able to tame thousands or even tens of thousands of war pets. Master Yuan Liang looked at him, his heart slightly agitated. However, following that, he frowned slightly. A Beast Tamer Master would need at least 1 to 2 months to tame an Eternal God Lord war pet. He tamed it so quickly, I wonder if it's because of the formation. If it's really because of the formation, then this formation is too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that even the Greater World Overlord faction doesn't have such a formation. He mumbled. It was very difficult to become a Master Beast Tamer. There were only 30 Master Beast Tamers in the entire Tianzhe continent, and there were only 3 Master Beast Tamers who could tame Eternal Godlord rank 5 and above. He was one of the 3. Even he had only tamed 2 Eternal Godlord rank 5 sea monsters in his entire life. Beast taming techniques were very difficult, and taming sea monsters was also very difficult. He did not believe that he could tame more than 200 Eternal God Lord rank 3 sea monsters in such a short period of time. Let's not talk about anything else. Just getting this array formation alone can bring us terrifying benefits. Should we? An old man's eyes flickered as he spoke, looking at the middle-aged man in the lead. His words caused the dozen or so people to calm down, and their eyes flickered with light. It's a little difficult to obtain something from an Eternal God Lord, but I have a confinement ring in my hands. A secondary confinement ring can restrain experts below the level 7 Eternal God Lord. The middle-aged man in the lead said slowly as he looked at the people around him. Oh, Tinya, you actually have this thing in your hand? The people around him looked at him in shock. There's one. Jing Tinya smiled slightly. Invincible in battle has a supreme treasure on him, and he has a godly monarch patriarch behind him. We can't fight him. A binding ring is enough. Didn't Little Sheep say that he only has the strength of an Eternal God Lord rank 5? He's not strong, so he can easily suppress him. An old man's eyes sparkled. They had already begun to discuss how to obtain the array formation that could trap the sea monster. Master Yuan Liang, what do you think? Jing Tianya asked Master Yuan Liang indifferently. If Sky City can really obtain such an array formation, our pet god pavilion is willing to join Sky City. Master Yuan Liang said without hesitation. Haha, good. Originally, I was only thinking of taming some of the Eternal Lord rank 5 or 6 battle pets. Now, it's not impossible for them to be even stronger. Jing Tianya revealed an excited expression. Third uncle, that invincible battle technique has left. He has gone to continue attracting sea monsters. At this moment, the only young man said excitedly. Everyone looked over, and the invincible battle technique figure quickly disappeared from their sight. I have a plan. Master Yuan Liang looked forward and said with a smile. Oh. They looked at him with a puzzled look. I have a level 5 Eternal Lord pet in my hand. We can enter the belly of the pet. Once the pet enters the area set up by the pet owner of Dragon Palace, he will activate the array formation. After the formation is activated, we may be able to capture it easily without using the confinement circle. Master Yuan Liang said with a smile. That's not a bad idea, but for safety reasons, we can directly use the confinement circle. We can't let him escape. Jing Tianya said coldly. Then we? According to Master Yuan Liang's method, we can also see the power of the formation. As a middle-aged man spoke, he was immediately interrupted by Jing Tianya. All right, that kid is setting up the formation. We'll get ready too. As Master Yuan Liang spoke, a door appeared behind him. Inside the door was a Tier 5 war pet of an Eternal God Lord, a golden rhinoceros. Its entire body was golden yellow, and its body size was around 10 meters. It was emitting a powerful might. The golden rhinoceros's belly might not be able to hold so many of us. We'll have to leave a few behind. Master Yuan Liang said to Jing Tianya. Little Sheep, Tianyun, Third Master, and the 2 of you stay here. Let's go. Jing Tianya immediately said. Okay. The 5 of them stayed here while the other 7 went over. The golden rhinoceros opened its mouth wide. Master Yuan Liang and the other 7 went straight into its stomach. Because they were battle pets, they would not be attacked by the golden rhinoceros. It's about time. Let's go. Through the gap in the golden rhinoceros mouth, they could see the situation outside. Jing Tianya immediately gave the order. Old Jean, go. Yuan Liang immediately gave the order to the golden rhinoceros. Roar. The golden rhinoceros let out a low roar and flew straight to the area in front. In the ocean ahead, Wang Xian had just set up a formation and was about to learn a new one when he suddenly sensed something in front of him. He looked over and revealed a stunned expression. Am I that lucky? Looking at the golden rhinoceros swimming towards him, he revealed a stunned expression. Just now, Invincible had brought over 200 flying fish war pets with him. Now, there was a level 5 eternal overlord golden rhinoceros. It seemed that even the heavens wanted him to make a fortune. I'm in. Seeing this golden rhinoceros entering the territory of the formation unscrupulously, Wang Xian revealed a smile. Buzz. Buzz. The black hole disturbance formation was activated instantly. Haha, my luck is here. I can't even block it. Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He stared at the golden rhinoceros with a face full of smiles. The formation is activated. We're in. Get ready to make a move, huh? While Wang Xian was laughing out loud, the 7 people inside were also laughing out loud. Get out. Master Yuan Liang shouted softly. Imprison. Jing Tianya flew out instantly. A circle landed on Wang Xian's body, and the 7 people flew out from the golden rhinoceros's belly instantly. Huh. The 7 people flew out from the golden rhinoceros's mouth, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he sensed the circle that was heading towards him. Haha, it's locked down. Jing Tianya couldn't help but shout excitedly when he saw the imprisonment circle hovering above Wang Xian. Tianya, I feel that I can't return to the Eternal Kingdom. It's a formation. Ha ha ha, it's this formation. We're rich, we're rich. Chapter 23-28 23-28, The Fate of 2328 Idiot. An excited voice rang out from the black hole formation. At this moment, the 7 people who flew out from the golden rhino's belly were extremely excited. In fact, they were so excited that their bodies were trembling, especially when they heard the words of the middle-aged man. Their eyes were burning with passion. It was as though sparks could be seen in the ocean. All of them looked at their surroundings fervently. Even Wang Xian, who was in the middle, ignored them. Wang Xian was a little dumbfounded. The 7 people who appeared in the belly of the golden rhinoceros were all like retards. This was the first time Wang Xian saw someone so excited when he entered his black hole disturbance formation. There was also this thing above his head. It seemed to have a function similar to the black hole disturbance formation. Who are you guys? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and interrupted the excited expressions of the idiots as he asked them. You're the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets, right? No wonder you were able to get so many powerful battle pets. Impressive, really impressive. I didn't expect you to be an array master. Master Yuan Liang squinted his eyes slightly and praised Wang Xian with a smile on his face. What is the purpose of the few of you hiding in the belly of your battle pets? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 7 of them. They were dressed in white with clouds embroidered on them. They were the powerhouses of Sky City. Purpose? The owner of the Dragon Palace's battle pets, right? I am the vice mayor of the northern city of Sky City. I wonder if you have any thoughts of joining Sky City? Jing Tianya said slowly to Wang Xian. No. Wang Xian's gaze landed on him, and he shook his head coldly. Since you don't have any, then hand over the formation you set up to us. It can be considered as making friends with our Sky City. Jing Tianya didn't have any reaction to his rejection as he said with a smile. Hee, why should I hand it over to you guys? Wang Xian now understood that the other party had noticed his formation at some point in time. The formation could trap sea monsters, and the old man standing on the war pet should be a beast tamer master. Wang Xian now completely understood their thoughts. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he glanced at the 7 of them in a teasing manner. I can't wait for you to agree or not. In a while, you will hand it over obediently. An old man said with a smile on his face. Come here. After he finished speaking, a middle-aged man at the side waved his arm. The water energy condensed into a huge palm and went straight for Wang Xian. You guys are really idiots who are looking for death. Wang Xian saw an Eternal Lord level 6 expert attacking him. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face as he waved his arm. Bang! His palm collapsed instantly. He slowly walked toward the group of people. Huh. Everyone was slightly stunned. Jing Tianya also raised his eyebrows slightly. His strength doesn't seem to be level 5 Eternal Lord level. He mumbled and shook his head nonchalantly. I don't have time to play with you here. Fall. The middle-aged man and another level 5 Eternal Lord powerhouse who had attacked Wang Xian immediately attacked him. I really don't know how the city in the sky could have such a bunch of idiots like you. Wang Xian saw the 2 people who were attacking him. He waved his arm and destructive energy fell directly on them. Oh no. This time, the 2 people who were attacking him felt the threat of death brought by the gray energy and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly fled to the side. This is bad. He is very strong. He is at least at level 7 of the Eternal Lord. Jing Tianya's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian's attack. There were 12 people who came this time. Among them, the strongest one was at level 7 of the Eternal Lord and 3 were at level 6. The only young man who had just stepped into the Eternal Lord realm and the rest were all at level 5. This force was not weak. He could even fight against a level 7 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. Sensing the grayish energy, Jing Tianya immediately determined Wang Xian's strength. His body moved and a divine weapon that looked like a mirror appeared in his hand. Buzz. The white light on the mirror flashed and directly attacked Wang Xian. A bunch of trash. They actually wanted to ambush me. What a joke. When Wang Xian saw Jing Tianya making his move, his face was still filled with contempt. His arm shook and immediately transformed into a dragon claw. A dragon claw that was a few hundred meters in size attacked them. Buzz. When the dragon claw landed on the white light, it immediately wiped it away. The terrifying power that was filled with savagery fell towards them. He is an expert at level 8 of the Eternal Lord. He has mastered 8 laws. At this moment, Jing Tianya's expression changed drastically. He roared in horror. Oh, now you know. You know that my formation can trap the Eternal Lord, but you still came in. What an idiot. Wang Xian said with a smile. This was the first time he had seen such a stupid person. He knew that the Eternal Lord wouldn't be able to escape even if he entered the formation. In the end, the other party came in hidden in the belly of the war pet. When he first entered, he realized that he couldn't return to the Eternal Lord. He was extremely excited and shouted that he had struck it rich. What the fuck? Wang Xian felt that fighting with him had affected his intelligence. Die. With a wave of his arm, a powerful dragon claw swept towards them. It's over. At this moment, the faces of the 7 people from the city in the sky turned extremely pale. The excitement from before were completely gone. They had thought that the other party only had the strength of a level 5 Eternal Godlord, but they had not expected that a level 8 was 3 levels higher than what they had expected. A person who had grasped 8 laws was simply impossible for them to contend against. Now that there was a formation, they could not return to the Eternal Godlord. They were finished. They were completely finished. Pung pung pung. The dragon claws descended, and powerful forces landed on their bodies. No, no, don't kill us. We are from Sky City, don't kill us. A middle-aged man hurriedly roared. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go, let me go. Master Yuan Liang's face was also filled with fear as he cried out involuntarily. Who would have thought that such a comical scene would happen? They were simply here to die. Let you guys off? HMPH, if you guys are stronger than me, would you let me off? Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Although these guys were extremely stupid, they had the intention to harm others. If he didn't achieve a breakthrough, he would be completely screwed this time. Boom. A destructive dragon claw swept past, and the 7 of them were sent flying. They spat out fresh blood. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the grayish chains wrapped around them. No. Jing Tianya's face was filled with horror. His face was filled with resentment, unwillingness, and fear. They rushed in with excitement. They thought they would obtain endless treasures, but they never expected that what they obtained was death. Soul Catcher. The 7 of them had no strength to resist against Wang Xian, who was in such an area. The chains wrapped around his body and pulled him to the front. Then, he used the soul-absorbing power. Chapter 23-29 23-29, 2329 Underground Sea Monster Nest Map. Awe! Screams of agony came out from the mouths of the people. Soul capture and order them to summon their eternal divine kingdom. Wang Xian was already familiar with such matters. Wang Xian took off their interspatial rings and took a look at their eternal divine kingdom. There were quite a lot of good things, but many Wang Xian didn't like them and directly threw them into the Dragon Palace. Not only did they send over the corpses of 7 powerhouses, but they also sent over a large amount of resources. They are really good people. Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. He looked at the interspatial ring in his hand. There were 7 of them, and they were all very big. There were quite a number of divine stones and pills inside. These are the Beast Tamer's rings? In Jing Tianya's interspatial ring, Wang Xian saw 10 rings. As a master Beast Tamer, he knew a little about Beast Tamer's rings even if he didn't need them. Beast Tamer's rings are extremely precious. They aren't even sold in Tianzi continent. He has 10 of them in his possession. He really invested a lot. No wonder this guy who has mastered the 7 laws doesn't have anything good. Wang Xian looked at the Beast Tamer's ring in his hand and mumbled. Although he couldn't use the Beast Tamer rings, he could sell them. At the corner of the interspatial ring, Wang Xian suddenly saw a piece of cloth. The cloth was made from the skin of a powerful sea monster. There were dense words and patterns on it. With a wave of his arm, the cloth appeared in his hand. The cloth was about the size of a square meter. When it was unfolded, it was a map. Treasure map? No, this is... He squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the information on it. Earth Chilean Turtle Sea Monster Nest Map. Is this real or fake? Wang Xian sized it up carefully, and his eyes sparkled. The sea monster nest was exactly the same as the sea monster nest that he came to for the first time. As long as he could find the nest of the sea monster, it would be much easier to subdue it. If he could escape, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he could find the nest of the sea monster, he would be able to tame the sea monster. More and more beast tamers in the greater world were searching for the nest of the sea monster and taming it. This map was a map of the nest of the Earth Chilean turtle in the underground sea. It's located at the deepest part of the underground sea, which is the 10th level. It's more than 100 million kilometers away from the surface of the sea. Wang Xian mumbled. He didn't have much doubt about this map. In the deepest part of the underground sea, most of the nests of the Eternal Lord sea monsters were located there. A few Immortal King-level existences were also located at the deepest part. The Earth Chilean turtle is an Eternal Lord level 7. I can go and take a look. If there's any danger, I can escape quickly. As for encountering the Immortal King sea monsters, I shouldn't be so unlucky. His eyes flickered. He felt that he could go and take a look. However, he wasn't prepared to take the risk for the time being. Money boy. Wang Xian smiled and prepared to deactivate the formation. Why aren't Third Uncle and the rest out yet? It's been a while. At the position outside the formation, the only young man among the dozen of them looked at the formation in front of him and asked anxiously, "We should be interrogating that guy, hee. When our Sky City obtains such a formation, the ancestor will definitely reward us greatly. In the future, we will also get some of the Battle Pets resources. Who knows, our Sky City might be able to produce even more undying emperors." An elder beside said excitedly, "If they could obtain the formation to trap the Eternal God Lord level sea monster, their Sky City might rise up quickly. At the very least, they would be able to get the Grand Elder's reward." Maybe we can build a pet shop that is even more powerful than the Dragon Palace's war pets." The young man cracked a smile. The five of them stood beside the array and waited with anticipation and excitement. Buzz. At this moment, the array trembled slightly. "The array is about to break." An old man roared in a low voice. Buzz, buzz. The black hole disturbing the air formation slowly dissipated. When Jing Tianya and the others were surrounded by the formation, the five of them flew over and waited at the edge of the formation. Now that the formation had disappeared, the scene inside appeared clearly in his sight. However, when they saw a figure inside, the five of them were completely stunned. "Where are third uncle and the rest?" The young man's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. There are actually 5 people who are courting death outside?" When Wang Xian saw that there were actually 5 people waiting outside, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Buzz. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and numerous chains attacked them. "Oh no, Tianya and the rest must have been killed. Run." The moment he saw Wang Xian making his move, an old man shouted at once, "Third uncle and the rest have been killed." The young man's body trembled and his face turned pale instantly. He quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, their figures gradually turned illusory. When Wang Xian saw them fleeing in an instant, the chains immediately turned into long blades and slashed towards their bodies. "Flee! Flee!" He killed the deputy mayor and the rest. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they fled frantically. Buzz. One by one, their figures turned illusory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While they were fleeing, the long sabers slashed at their bodies. "Ah!" Screams of pain rang out. 3 of them had their arms chopped off instantly. In fact, half of their bodies were chopped off. "Ah! Ah!" Another 2 people's blood-curdling screams rang out. The young man was cut in half from head to toe by the long saber. However, the long saber didn't land on him completely, causing his body to disappear. Only a middle-aged man was the first to escape from Wang Xian's attack. It's indeed a little difficult to kill. Although most of the 5 people were severely injured in an instant, they still managed to escape. Wang Xian frowned slightly but didn't pay too much attention to it. Among them, 4 of them were severely injured. He used his destructive energy to attack them. If the few of them wanted to recover, even if they had elixirs, it would take them decades. If they didn't have elixirs, it would take them more than 1,000 years. Wang Xian's destructive power of the 5 elements wasn't so easy to eliminate. Without the help of a powerhouse, the most miserable young man would almost certainly die. Will I be able to survive if I escape? If you want to get the formation from me and kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. As Wang Xian spoke, he swung his arm at the severed limbs and fresh blood in front of him. Even if he escaped, the curse could still kill him. Let's try the curse formation that I have mastered over the past few days. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He immediately began to set up the formation in front of him. A formation took a total of 3 minutes. The main reason was that Wang Xian was not too familiar with it. Buzz. He threw a severed limb into the formation and the strange formation began to rotate. "Ah, how can this be? How can this be? I don't want to die. I don't want to die." At the city in the sky. The entire city in the sky was divided into 18 cities. Each city was managed by a city lord and 2 deputy city lords. In the northern city, an old man with a broken arm appeared in his divine kingdom and let out a desperate scream. Chapter 2330. 2332, 1330, the 10th level of the underground sea. What happened? What happened to the patriarch? Something happened to Grandpa. When a scream came from an eternal divine kingdom in the North City, it immediately attracted attention and people immediately ran over. 2 minutes later, another scream came from another place. The experts who had escaped were killed by the curse before they could even recover. "Save me, grandfather, father, save me, save me." The young man who had just returned to the eternal divine kingdom from the back of the city lord's mansion in the North City shouted with a mournful face. The roar was abnormally mournful and strange. At this moment, his body was almost cut in half, and his entire body was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. The moment he returned to the eternal divine kingdom, he cried out for help with a terrified face. He felt his life rapidly draining away. He felt that he was about to die. With his own recovery ability, he could not recover from his injuries at all. Young master, what happened to you? An old man guarding the divine kingdom noticed that the young man was covered in blood and had almost been cut in half. His face revealed a shocked expression. He hurriedly ran over. When he saw the miserable state of the young man's body, he immediately channeled his energy. Damn it! When he sensed that his energy had been dissolved by the 5 elements' destructive power, his expression changed drastically. Immediately informed the city lord. Quick, quick, something has happened to young Master Jing Xiaoyang. He hurriedly shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. In less than 5 minutes, an old man, a woman, and a middle-aged man flew over. Little Yang. When they saw the young man's injuries, the 3 people's expressions changed drastically. The old man immediately flew over, and majestic energy was poured into his body. Pills were put into his mouth one by one. Little Yang, what happened? What happened? Who did it? A roar came from the mouth of the middle-aged man behind him, and he stared at his son with a blood-red face. Father, grandfather, it's the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. It's him. He killed third uncle and most of us. Jing Xiaoyang said with a pale face. His head began to close under the elder's treatment. It was not as terrifying as before. Stabilize your breath and control the energy in your body to recover first. Tell me in detail. The elder said to him with a dark face. It's grandfather. It's like this. Jing Xiaoyang told him everything that had happened. The elder's face kept changing. An array that could trap the eternal god lord sea monster. A powerful beast tamer master. The owner of the Dragon Palace pet shop. He didn't say anything when he heard his grandson's words. If it were him, he would do the same. But Jing Tianya and the others were a bit unlucky this time, and they had misjudged the other party's strength. Ah! At this moment, Jing Xiaoyang roared with a face full of fear, and his voice sounded abnormally horrifying. In the next moment, his body began to wither and become deathly still. Oh no, what's going on? Little Yang, little Yang. The old man and the middle-aged man's faces were filled with shock as they frantically transmitted energy to his body. Cough, 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 cough. Grandpa, I feel the energy in my body disappearing. Grandpa, father, help me take revenge. Kill him, kill him. Jing Xiaoyang growled in a low voice with a pained expression. His life force was disappearing, and the energy in his body was dissipating. If not for the old man treating him at the expense of his own body, Jing Xiaoyang would have died. However, even if he did not die, he would have to pay a terrifying price for this recovery. He fainted. 10 minutes later, the old man looked at his grandson with a somewhat pale face, his face extremely gloomy. Father, why did little Yang's injuries suddenly burst out? The middle-aged man at the side also had an extremely ugly expression, clenching his fists. I don't know. The old man's expression changed, and he shook his head gloomily. Father, you have to avenge little Yang. The woman at the side cried with tears streaming down her face. I'll handle this matter. You guys stay here and take care of little Yang. His eyes flickered as he slowly walked out. Lord City Lord, I've just received news that 4 city guards have died. They died in their eternal divine kingdom. Just as the old man walked out, an old man respectfully came to report. Dead? The old man clenched his fists tightly and looked at the city in front of him. Our northern city has always been the weakest of the 18 cities in the sky. Now, more than 10 experts have died. He murmured, and then a cold light shot out of his eyes. If the northern city can obtain that special array formation, it will be easy for them to heal Little Sheep's injuries. At that time, the northern city might not be comparable to a main city, but it is not impossible for it to become one of the top 3 cities. With such a great merit, the patriarch will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. The old man murmured, This might be a turning point for the Northern City. Notify the Eternal Lord of the Northern City. Notify the experts from the Pet God Pavilion. I'll have to trouble them all to come over. He looked at his subordinates and ordered, "It's the City Lord." The old man was slightly shocked. He immediately nodded and left. The weakest city in the 18 cities. In order to elevate the Northern City, Tianya and the others have fallen. This time, it's time to take a gamble. After the old man gave his order, he looked at the Eternal Kingdom at the back and flew away immediately. These guys should be dead. Located in the depths of the underground sea in the Sky Realm, Wang Xian revealed a smile after he finished laying out the last curse. He would not provoke others if others did not provoke him. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally had to kill his way back. I've gotten so many battle pets for Boss Wang. Next, I should look for my Eternal Lord level 7 and level 8 mount. It would be meaningless to look for those low-level ones anymore. It would also waste my invincible battle technique time. The invincible battle technique didn't know what was happening here. After helping Wang Xian capture more than 200 flying starfish, this guy started to slack off. He didn't plan to attract the low-level sea monsters anymore. He wanted to see if he could attract level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord. At least level 7 of the Eternal Lord. However, level 7 and level 8 sea monsters were not that easy to find. He did not encounter any for more than 10 hours. This made invincible battle technique extremely helpless. There must be powerful sea monsters in the depths. Invincible battle technique stared at the bottomless underground sea with sparkling eyes. Boss Wang, I'm back. More than 20 hours later, Invincible Battlemage flew over with 2 level 4 Eternal Lord sea monsters and shouted in a perfunctory manner, "You brat, why did you take so long this time and only manage to get these 2 after a day?" Wang Xian said with slight dissatisfaction. Boss Wang, I don't know why there are fewer sea monsters in the surroundings either. It might be because of the group of stellar flying fish. I think we can go deeper and take a look. For example, the 9th level and the 10th level. We will definitely encounter powerful sea monsters there. Invincible battle technique stared at him and spoke with a straight face. He even pointed deeper into the sea. Deeper into the sea? A hint of hesitation appeared on Wang Xian's face. Boss Wang, most high-level sea monsters are deeper into the sea. I think that with our strength, we can go to the 9th and 10th level of the underground sea without a problem. There must be a large number of god-level sea monsters there. Invincible battle technique said seductively. If it's too deep, it's a little risky. Wang Xian showed hesitation on his face. Boss Wang, how can we obtain a high-level sea monster battle pet if we don't take risks? I'm not even afraid of a level 1 eternal god-level sea monster. Boss Wang, you're so powerful. What's there to be afraid of? Invincible battle technique raised his head and said to him. Wang Xian glanced at him coldly. You have a defensive treasure, but I don't. Chapter 23:31. 23:31, 2331 Earth Chilan Turtle's Nest. Let's go to the deepest part of the underground sea. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before deciding to go to the deepest part of the underground sea to take a look. With his strength, he could totally dive into the deepest part of the underground sea. Even if he met the immortal godly monarch, that guy who was invincible in combat had a treasure, he also had a treasure in his hands. It was enough for him to escape back to the eternal godly nation. Furthermore, if the sea monster lair map in his hands was real, he might be able to obtain a group of level 7 sea monsters. He could take the risk and give it a try. Let's go, Boss Wang. What are we waiting for then? Invincible revealed an excited expression when he heard Wang Xian's decision. He immediately urged him. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Now that he had sold all his battle pets, it was enough for him to increase his level by another level. By then, he would have the strength of a level 9 Eternal Lord. However, he was not satisfied. If he could obtain some level 7 or level 8 Eternal Lord battle pets, after selling them, he would be able to reach level 4 Eternal Lord. By then, he would be invincible under the Immortal King realm. Across the entire Tianzi continent, the humans and the sea monsters could only threaten him with about 10 people. At that time, he would be considered to be truly powerful. He stared at the deep seabed and flew downwards with his invincible battle technique. This was his first time flying to such a deep seabed. The underground sea was very deep, and the lowest level was more than 100 million kilometers. What kind of concept was this? Even if Wang Xian wanted to go deep into the 10th level, he would need to fly for several hours. Of course, if he teleported, he would be very fast. However, in this underground sea where the sea monsters were wreaking havoc, teleporting was simply courting death. If he teleported into the sea monsters, he might not even have the chance to return to the eternal celestial kingdom and would be instantly killed. Over here, their aura is over here. Then, they continue to extend towards the depths of the underground sea. About 20 minutes after Wang Xian left, more than 200 people rushed over from the previous location. There was a strange war pet in front of the 3 old men in the lead and an old man who was wearing a costume with the patterns of 100 beasts. The war pet had a long nose, which took up 1/3 of its head. It looked a little deformed. Going to the depths of the underground sea? The white-haired old man in the middle frowned slightly. Patriarch Jing Tianya has a map of the sea monster's nest in the depths of the underground sea. It should be obtained by that guy now. It's very likely that The old man said to the white-haired old man in the middle, with a thoughtful look on his face. Oh, City Lord Jing, a map of the sea monster's nest? What's a map of the sea monster's nest? The old man in the 100 beasts costume asked with sparkling eyes. The Earth Chilean turtle nest map. That guy can kill Tianya and the others. He has at least 8 or even 9 laws. He should be able to subdue the Earth Chilean turtle. City Lord Jing didn't hide anything and said, Pavilion Master Zone, keep chasing. If we can catch up to the pet shop owner of the Dragon Palace, it will be a great opportunity for both of us. The white-haired old man said to Pavilion Master Zone, Good. If we succeed, our pet god Pavilion will join your Northern City and Sky City in the future. Pavilion Master Zone said with a smile, Good. Continue your pursuit. There might be some danger in the future. The weak will immediately return to the eternal divine kingdom once they encounter danger. The eyes of the white-haired old man flickered. He nodded with a smile and ordered everyone, Yes, old city lord. The others immediately responded. The white-haired old man was the previous city lord of the northern city. The war pet in front of Pavilion Master Zone moved its nose and immediately began to chase after him. A group of more than 200 people immediately chased after him into the depths of the underground sea. The group of people who came were naturally the people from the northern city. More than 200 Eternal God Lord rank 3 and above experts. This was the strength of the northern city. Even if the northern city was the weakest among the 18 cities and didn't have the suppression of a peak Eternal Lord, it was still a considerable force. There were 2 people who had mastered 9 laws, including the Pavilion Master of the Pet God Pavilion. There were a total of 3. This force was very strong. At least in their opinion, it wasn't difficult to capture the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian, who was flying towards the bottom of the underground sea, didn't know that someone was chasing after him. He did not expect that killing Jing Tianya and the rest would provoke a city in the Sky City. He kept flying downwards and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Wang Xian was multitasking as he recalled the route on the map of the Earth Chilean turtle's nest. The underground sea was too big. A map would not be able to pinpoint the location. Wang Xian could only roughly determine a territory within a radius of 10 million kilometers based on the records on the map. A radius of 10 million kilometers was not a small place. It would take a lot of time to investigate every single area. Furthermore, he had to be careful at the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! This place is really filled with dangers. After avoiding the sneak attack of a phantom sea monster, Wang Xian waved his arm. A surge of powerful energy attacked the phantom sea monster. Buzz! The transparent body of the underground sea killer flashed and disappeared quickly. A single strike could kill a person for thousands of miles. This was the famous killer sea monster in the Sky Realm. Wang Xian ignored the illusionary sea monster that had already escaped and continued flying downwards. When he reached about the 8th layer of the underground sea, Wang Xian used the heart of light and darkness to conceal himself. He could sense a terrifying energy coming from below and around him. In the underground sea, with his current strength, he could not act recklessly. Boss Wang, this place is about ready. I will go and attract the sea monsters. You set up a formation here. It was also the first time that invincible battle technique had entered such a deep place in the underground sea. He, who had always been bold, spoke with some fear. There's no need for that for now. Let's go to the bottom of the sea to look for something. Wang Xian shook his head at invincible battle technique. Look for something? Boss Wang, what are we going to look for at the bottom of the underground sea? Invincible battle technique asked with a face full of astonishment. Sea monster lair, take a look too. As Wang Xian spoke, he threw the map to invincible battle technique. This, Boss Wang, how did you get this? This is a good item. It's a pity that it's not the lair of the level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. Invincible battle technique said with slight disappointment. Wang Xian ignored him and continued to fly downwards. After flying for half an hour, a pitch-black seabed appeared in Wang Xian's sight. This was the seabed of the underground sea. In the entire underground sea, 80% of the sea monsters of the Eternal Lord level were hidden at the bottom of the sea. This was also the most dangerous place in the entire underground sea. According to the map, it should be within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Wang Xian roughly estimated the area. Chinibu, let's look for the Earth Chilan turtle's nest first and see if we can find it. Wang Xian instructed invincible battle technique. Alright, this place is a little dangerous. Boss Wang, Eternal Lord level 8 battle pet. You can't go back on your word. Chapter 2332 2332, 2332, launched a sneak attack. This time, I'll give you even if I only get a level 8 sea monster from the Master of Eternal God. Wang Xian promised invincible battle tactics. Although this guy was unreliable, invincible battle tactics had indeed put in a lot of effort this time. He had gotten quite a number of war pets. Wang Xian would get him a level 8 war pet from the Master of Eternal God this time. The next time he promised an ultimate war pet from the Master of Eternal God. Would he not come? When the time came, he would definitely rush over eagerly. Boss Wang, this is what you said? Don't worry. I, invincible in combat arts, will definitely find the Earth Chilan turtle's nest for you. Invincible in combat arts' eyes lit up when he heard Wang Xian's words. How can I lie to you? Wang Xian looked at him and continued speechlessly. You search the front while I search the back. Inform me with this formation when you find it. As he spoke, he threw an array compass to invincible battle technique before turning around and flying back. Hee. Invincible battle technique kept it into his interspatial ring with a smile on his face and began to search the surroundings immediately. Earth scale turtle, Earth attribute. It should be located below the soil. However, as the soil at the bottom of the underground sea, its hardness is extremely terrifying. The Earth scale turtle wouldn't hide too deep in the soil. Wang Xian mumbled. The soil at the bottom of the underground sea could withstand such a terrifying sea. The toughness was so strong that even immortal godly kings couldn't break it. The Earth Chilan turtle couldn't hide in the soil that was too deep. It should be easy to find. They have reached the bottom of the underground sea. The nest of the Earth Chilan turtle should be in this area. Just as Wang Xian was looking for the sea monster, more than 200 figures had arrived at the location above. Let's go. Mayor Jing looked around and whispered to them. Shall we chase after him by following the scent or wait until he finds the Earth Chilan turtle's nest? The sect master looked at Mayor Jing and the white-haired elder. As long as we don't lose him, we can wait. It would be better if we wait until he finds the Earth Chilan turtle. We can see his strength clearly and catch him off guard. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment and said, The old city lord is thoughtful. This time, we must be absolutely sure. Pavilion Master Zong nodded and revealed a smile. Then we'll wait here for a while. If there are any energy fluctuations, we'll immediately head over. The white-haired old man nodded and ordered. The group of people floated in the sea, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Boss Wong, I found it. I found it. Ha ha ha. My invincible battle technique is still the best. An hour later, Wang Xian received a message from Invincible Battle Technique. His face lit up and he immediately flew in the direction of Invincible Battle Technique. Boss Wang, look over there. Look over there. When Wang Xian arrived in front of Invincible Battle Technique, he pointed at a spot in front of him and said excitedly, You are really lucky. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled. At the bottom of the sea in front of him, there were more than 40 densely packed black holes, each of which was about 100 meters in size. There were more than 40 black holes, covering an area of 50 kilometers. In the black holes, there were waves of majestic energy coming from them. This is the lair of the earth Chilan turtles. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. There were more than 40 holes. It might not necessarily be more than 40 earth Chilan turtles. There might only be a dozen, or even a few of them. However, even if there were 3 or 4 of them, it was still a huge amount of resources for Wang Xian. I'll set up the formation. You can watch from here. Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique. All right, Boss Wang. I'll watch the surroundings from here. Invincible Battle Technique nodded his head. Wang Xian concealed himself and walked forward carefully. Chains appeared around him, one after another. Setting up an array would cause fluctuations in the array formation. This was unavoidable. However, Wang Xian didn't need to worry too much when facing the Earth Chilan turtle, which was at level 7 of the Eternal Divine Lord. Even if he didn't set up an array, he could still suppress it with his own strength. The Earth Chilan turtle's nest was right here. He didn't need to set up a formation with a black hole to disturb the air. It was sufficient to set up a few binding formations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Wang Xian started to set up the formation, it caused the surrounding energy fluctuations. Roar, roar. Low roars came from the nest in front of him. Wang Xian immediately increased his speed. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a 50-meter-long Earth-scale turtle sea monster crawled out from one of the nests. It had a huge turtle shell on its yellowish-brown body. The shell looked as though it was covered with a layer of scales. Its head looked extremely ferocious, and it had extremely sharp teeth. I wonder how many there are. I hope there are more than a dozen of them. Wang Xian revealed an excited look in his eyes. Streams of water surged up and attacked the Earth-scale turtle directly. Roar. When Wang Xian made his move, furious roars came from the nest again. Figures crawled out one by one. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6. 6 Earth Chilan turtles. The strength of the sea monsters had nothing to do with their size. The size of the Eternal Kingdom also had nothing to do with their strength. 6. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. 6 Earth Chilan turtles could be dealt with. If there were really 30 to 40 Earth Chilan turtles, he might not be able to deal with them. Surrender. Wang Xian waved his arm and set up a formation to attack the Earth Chilan turtles. There's a fluctuation over there. Sect leader, let your battle pet see if it's the aura of the Dragon Palace's battle pet boss. Just as Wang Xian was about to attack the Earth Chilan turtles, City Lord Jing, who was more than 1,000 kilometers away, said hurriedly, Yes, let's go. We might be able to obtain a few level 7 Eternal Godlord War pets. The sect master's eyes were burning with passion. The sea monster nest map was an extremely precious item. Only someone with the strength of the northern city would possess such a treasure. Let's go over immediately. Be careful and don't be discovered. The white-haired old man immediately said. The group immediately flew over. 1,000 kilometers wasn't too far for them. When they were over 100 kilometers away, they saw the situation with a mysterious gaze. The strength of an Eternal Godlord at level 8 isn't too bad. It's not very strong. 6 Earth Chilan turtles have already been bound by him. That's great. When City Lord Jing and Pavilion Master Zong saw the scene below, they immediately said. Their eyes were filled with excitement. 8 people below the law level, wait here. Let's do it. The white-haired elder immediately gave the order. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 7 people flew out and immediately attacked Wang Xian, who was 100 kilometers away. The white-haired elder in the middle was holding a confinement ring in his hand. His eyes were sparkling. Huh. What's going on? Boss Wang, be careful. He was already invincible when he was watching the battle from afar. He could sense it when the group of people arrived. When he saw that they were actually attacking Wang Xian, he immediately shouted out loud. Chapter 23:33. 23:33, 2333 launched a sneak attack. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Xian was about to subdue an earth-Chilan turtle, he was reminded of the invincibility of his battle techniques. Following that, a surge of terrifying energy came from behind and engulfed him. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He was taming the sea monster just now, so he didn't sense the situation around him immediately. Damn it! A hint of gloominess flashed across his eyes. There was actually someone who had ambushed him here. Roar! Roar! His heart skipped a beat. The only earth-Chilan turtle that had been tamed by him headed straight for the position behind him. At the same time, he moved his body and dodged to the side. You want to escape? You killed the experts of our northern city, yet you still want to escape. Leave me alone, you damn thing. An extremely cold voice entered Wang Xian's ears. In an instant, a confinement circle appeared in the sky above him. The confinement circle emitted an incomparably resplendent energy that directly enveloped the top of Wang Xian's head. This caused his expression to change slightly. Bang! A whir! In the next moment, the earth-Chilan turtle that was attacking Wang Xian was sent flying. A terrifying force was attacking Wang Xian. This is bad. His expression changed drastically. His gaze swept across the area and his heart sank when he saw the 3 level 9 Eternal Lord experts in the lead. The current him was not even a match for one of them, let alone 3 of them. Furthermore, there were 4 level 8 Eternal Lord experts. They are from the city in the sky. They actually rushed over and even found themselves. Wang Xian's heart sank. Wang Xian didn't care about killing the people from the City of Sky because no one knew that he was the one who killed them. So what if they knew? They wouldn't be able to find him either. Now, Wang Xian realized that he had underestimated the experts from the City of Sky. Oh no, why are there so many experts trying to kill Boss Wang? Did Boss Wang dig up their ancestral graves? Invincible's expression changed slightly when he saw that Wang Xian was locked onto by the confinement circle. It's my level 8 battle pet, the master of the eternal god. Invincible's face was filled with tears as he glared at the people from Sky City with anger. Invincible was naturally aware of the attire of their Sky City. Sky City, how dare you sneak attack people? I'm going to announce your crimes. If you dare to attack Boss Wang again, don't blame me for being impolite. Invincible battle technique roared. Humph. The few experts ignored Invincible battle technique's words and continued to attack Wang Xian. Damn it, this confinement circle has the effect of disturbing the air with a black hole. I can't return to my eternal divine kingdom at all. I can only escape. At this moment, Wang Xian's heart was burning with rage. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly fled to the side. Capture him. We definitely can't let him escape. After killing our people, he still wants to escape? Wishful thinking. City Lord Jing roared loudly. The 3 powerhouses who had mastered the 9 laws suddenly accelerated. Damn it! If Boss Wang is captured, we are done for. My level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Master is also gone. Invincible battle technique's face was extremely dark. He gritted his teeth. Boss Wang, come to my side. As he spoke, he took out a bright fragment from his interspatial ring. The moment the fragment appeared, the surrounding seawater suddenly distorted. Huh. Wang Xian also sensed the terrifying energy from Invincible battle technique. Without hesitation, he immediately fled in his direction. Damn it, how dare you guys attack me? Boss Wang, do you think I'm Invincible battle technique? Wang Xian flew towards Invincible battle technique. Behind him, City Lord Jing and the other 2 accelerated their attacks. Invincible battle technique held the shard in his hand and threw it towards them. This is... Oh no, this is a law shard. It's a law shard condensed by the immortal king. The white-haired old man was shocked when he saw the law fragment flying towards them. He shouted in shock. He quickly dodged to the side. Boom. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the exclamations behind him. Following that, he sensed an extremely terrifying explosion behind him. An extremely powerful energy swept over. In just an instant, Wang Xian spat out blood and felt that his back had completely exploded. The power of the law had destroyed his life force. The area where the law fragment exploded instantly evaporated hundreds of millions of kilometers of seawater. It was extremely terrifying. This fellow... Wang Xian stared at invincible battle technique and gritted his teeth as he flew towards him with all his might. Boss Wang, take me with you. Let's escape together. Invincible battle technique hurriedly shouted. He wasn't afraid of the experts from Sky City attacking him. He just didn't want Wang Xian to be killed. In his opinion, Wang Xian owed him an Eternal Lord level 8 battle pet. If he died, he would lose his battle pet as well. Let's go. Wang Xian circulated the dragon qi in his body. He didn't care about the consumption of his dragon qi. He immediately recovered from his injuries and fled forward with his invincible battle technique. Cough, cough, cough. At the back, City Lord Jing and the sect leader were coughing violently. Cracks appeared on their bodies. The two of them looked extremely miserable. An earthen yellow aura gathered on their wounds and did not dissipate. Beside them, the white-haired old man wiped the blood from his mouth. His face was extremely pale. However, compared to the other two, the injuries on his body were much lighter. Damn it, it's actually a law fragment. That brat actually has a law fragment on him. Jing City leader's expression was extremely ugly. Just now, he was almost killed instantly by the law fragment. Eternal God Lords could comprehend laws, and at the Undying Emperor level, they could condense laws. The power of the law attack was terrifying. Even a fragment was enough to heavily injure them. At this time, the two of them had less than 10% of their strength, only slightly stronger than Eternal God Lord level 8. Give chase. We don't need to care about that kid who is invincible in battle, but we must capture the other one. The white-haired elder's expression was extremely ugly as well. He immediately said to the two of them, "Let's go." City Lord Jing and the sect leader treated their wounds briefly. They gritted their teeth and continued to give chase. The other party only had the strength of level 8 Eternal Lord. Even if they were severely injured, they were not afraid. However, when they saw that Wang Xian's figure had disappeared, their expressions turned ugly. Give chase. Everyone, give chase with all your strength. The effect of the confinement circle has not disappeared yet. He can't return to the eternal divine kingdom. The white-haired elder clenched his fists and shouted sternly. The 4 level 8 Eternal Lord powerhouses who were slower were only slightly affected by the impact. Their injuries were not serious. At this moment, their hearts were palpitating. When they heard the old city lord's order, they gritted their teeth and immediately gave chase. The group of 7 chased in the direction where Wang Xian had disappeared. Boss Wang, how did you offend so many experts from Sky City? My law fragment. It was the only attack method that the Patriarch gave me. Now, in order to save Boss Wang, you have to use it. Boss Wang, you have to repay me properly. Invincible, who was brought by Wang Xian, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the enemies behind him had yet to chase after him. He couldn't help but shout at Wang Xian. Don't worry. Wang Xian suppressed the killing intent in his heart and ran forward with all his might. Chapter 23:34. 23:34 2334 counterattacked. The other party is actually able to find me. What method is that? If it's not a formation, then what is it? At the bottom of the underground sea, Wang Xian was desperately trying to escape. This was the first time he was in such a sorry state since he came to the Tianzi continent. It was also the first time he was being hunted down. He was extremely furious towards the people from the city in the sky. He would remember this grudge. The first time the people from the city in the sky wanted to kill him, they wanted the black hole spatial disturbance formation. However, all of them were killed by him. On the second day, there were even more people. Yet, they still had the cheek to claim that they were here to avenge the people who were killed. What a joke. Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold. However, he was very surprised that the other party could lock onto him so quickly. After eliminating the formation, what else is there? Aura? That battle pet with a strange nose. Wang Xian thought of the strange battle pet behind an old man. Buzz. Wang Xian's body shook. The dragons might completely surrounded him as he continued to fly forward at a rapid speed. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the battle pet, which was running at a rapid speed about 500 kilometers behind him, suddenly let out a low roar. It stared ahead with some doubts. What's wrong, Tianling? Pavilion Master Zong's expression changed slightly, and he immediately asked the battle pet. Ho ho! The battle pet roared a few times and transmitted some information to him. Hearing the information from the battle pet, Pavilion Master Zong's expression became more and more embarrassed. Quick! Increase the speed. He roared with an icy expression and flew forward at high speed. Oh! The white-haired old man and City Lord Jing frowned slightly. After flying for 500 kilometers, Pavilion Master Zong suddenly stopped. What's going on? Seeing him stop, City Lord Jing asked with an embarrassed expression. We lost him. His aura has been completely cut off here. We don't know which direction he went. Pavilion Master Zong said with a sullen face. Let's split up. Pavilion Master Zong, you take one person to the top. Xiaoya, you take one person to the left. The two of you go to the right. I'll continue to chase in the front. Inform me immediately if we encounter him. He was also in the aftermath of the explosion of the law fragment. The confinement circle still has more than 10 hours left. He won't be able to run far. The white-haired elder ordered immediately with a gloomy face. All right. Everyone nodded. Without any hesitation, they began to pursue him. At the same time, City Lord Jing immediately contacted more than 200 people not far away and asked them to look for him as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the group of people split up to pursue Wang Xian, the sea monsters that were hiding at the bottom of the sea attacked Wang Xian one by one. There were more than a dozen level 7 sea monsters that were the Eternal Lord. They were trying to entangle Wang Xian. Damn it! There are too many sea monsters at the bottom of the sea. It's too dangerous. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He released all of his dragon might and suppressed the sea monsters. The terrifying aura caused them to pause for a moment. Wang Xian hurriedly fled. Roar! However, the sea monsters attacked Wang Xian directly, causing his expression to change drastically. Boss Wang, don't be restricted by the sea monsters. Let's escape quickly. A voice that was invincible in battle rang in his ears. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the destructive force of the 5 elements swept towards the sea monsters. Aolo! The miserable shrieks rang out, and the dozen sea monsters became even angrier. Wang Xian's figure was blocked for a few seconds. With a dark expression, he continued to flee forward. Over here, kid. Don't even think about escaping. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared at the back. He stared at Wang Xian with eyes filled with fury. A puny level 8 Eternal Lord had actually escaped from his hands. This made him extremely furious. However, he swore to capture him, not only to avenge the people of the northern city, but also for the rise of the northern city. He must capture him. A bunch of beasts scram. However, when the old man flew forward, he just happened to bump into a dozen level 7 Eternal God Lord sea monsters. The furious sea monsters directly attacked him. He waved his arm and a majestic aura swept towards the sea monsters. However, Wang Xian's figure had already disappeared at this moment. He flew forward for a minute and immediately changed his direction to escape frantically. After fleeing for 2 hours, Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no movement behind him. Boss Wang, it's safe, it's safe. Invincible looked behind him and heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Wang Xian was still alive. His war pet was still there. City in the sky. Northern city. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He looked behind him and spat out a cold voice. Boss Wang, look to the right. My goodness. Look, look, look. Stop and look. All of a sudden, an excited voice came from the side of Invincible Battle Technique. Huh. He was slightly stunned and followed the gaze of Invincible Battle Technique. What's that? Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly as astonishment appeared in his eyes. About 100 kilometers ahead, there was a colorful area. There were all kinds of seaweed. This was a strange domain at the bottom of the underground sea. That was not the main point. There was a sea monster wandering on top of it, a colorful dragon python. A colorful dragon python, a level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord rank. About 3,000 meters away from the warning, the body of the sea monster was colorful. It had a head that looked like a dragon's head, and it was full of majesty. Ha ha ha, there's always good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Boss Wang, there's always good fortune after surviving a great disaster. At the side, Invincible Battle Technique was roaring in excitement. His eyes were burning with excitement. Wang Xian looked at him and knew what he was thinking. This made Wang Xian's face turn black. He was still being chased by people. Boss Wang, let's continue to work together and capture them. The area ahead might be the lair of the multicolored dragon pythons. Let's capture a few of them, huh? Invincible Battle Technique said excitedly to him. There are still experts from Sky City chasing after us. I'm just courting death by capturing sea monsters here. Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly. If not for this fellow helping him, Wang Xian would have kicked him long ago. Boss Wang, what are you afraid of? Of the 3 level 9 Eternal Lord experts who are chasing after you, 2 of them were severely injured by the law fragment. Their strength is only slightly stronger than level 8. Only 1 level 9 expert should be able to escape. Moreover, we have already escaped for 2 hours. The other party might have already lost track of us. Fortune comes with risk. Let's try our best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Invincible Battle Technique stared at the multicolored dragon python in front of him with burning eyes. He was already imagining the mighty scene of him standing on the multicolored dragon python. 2 level 9 masters of the Eternal Lord were severely injured and their strength was greatly reduced? Are you sure? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him. At that time, he was also attacked by the aftershocks. It had almost consumed all of his dragon energy and even almost reduced his level. I'm sure. Of course, I'm 100% sure. The law fragment given to me by the ancestor was no joke. I saw it with my own eyes at that time. How could it be fake? Invincible and Battle Techniques confirmed. Is that so? A cold glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Chapter 2335. 2335, 2335 in the midst of counterattack. 2 of them are severely injured, but they still possess the combat strength of a level 8. There are 4 other level 8 Eternal Masters, and 1 level 9 Eternal Master. With my current strength, it will be very difficult to kill a level 9 Eternal Master unless... Wang Xian was deep in thought. It was not impossible for Wang Xian to kill a level 9 Eternal Master. However, there was a prerequisite. He had to set up a formation and trap them in the formation. The strongest aspect of a formation master was to set up a formation. If he could set up more than a dozen formations, he would be able to severely injure the master of the Eternal God even if he was 2 levels higher than him. If he was lucky, it was highly possible for him to kill the master of the Eternal God. With Wang Xian's current strength, setting up a formation would be able to fight against a level 8 master of the Eternal God. What if he set up more than a dozen formations? With more than a dozen formations activated in an instant, even a level 9 master of the Eternal God would be severely injured. But what if he set up more than 20? It was very likely that he would be able to kill them. But this kind of 2-tier battle was very, very difficult for array masters. First, you had to control enough high-level arrays. Second, the enemy had to be drawn into the array. especially the first point, the control of arrays. Could a rank 6 Eternal Godlord array master control more than 10 attack arrays of this level? It was very, very difficult. He had never even learned or even heard of so many offensive arrays. However, this was not a problem for Wang Xian. The Celestial Emperor of Heaven array was a Celestial Emperor after all. He controlled more than 10,000 arrays. He had at least 30 offensive arrays at level 7 of the Eternal Lord. If I set up more than 20 arrays myself, I can severely injure the level 9 of the Eternal Lord. After that, I can transform into a divine dragon and unleash all of my strength. Perhaps I can kill them. But what about the other 6 level 8 ones? Wang Xian frowned slightly. Following that, he looked at the multicolored dragon python in front of him. He was a little hesitant. I'll take a gamble. Even if I'm severely injured, I won't let those guys off easily. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were flashing with fury and killing intent. Idiot. I'll set up the formations here first. Later on, you'll attract the multicolored dragon python over. Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Technique. Ha ha ha, Boss Wang, a wise choice. Ha ha. Invincible Battle Technique was filled with excitement. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian immediately set up a concealment formation in the surroundings. He set up a black hole disturbance formation and set up attack formations one after another. As for Invincible Battle Technique, he was on alert in the surroundings to prevent the experts from Sky City from pursuing him. After 5 to 6 minutes, Wang Xian set up the formation and gestured at him. Ha ha, my colorful dragon python mount, Invincible in Battle Techniques is here. Invincible in Battle Techniques flew toward the colorful area in front of him with excitement. Roar! Bang! In less than 3 minutes, a roar was heard. Accompanied by a human figure, the figure flew backward at a terrifying speed. Beast, this beast, how dare you treat your master like this? You're finished. From now on, I, Invincible Battle Technique, will starve you every day. An extremely arrogant and furious voice came from Invincible Battle Technique's mouth. He pointed at the multicolored dragon python that was attacking him and cursed loudly. When the multicolored dragon python saw that an ant was not killed by his attack, it still dared to provoke him and charged towards him angrily. Boom! However, this multicolored dragon python did not play by the rules. Halfway through, it opened its bloody mouth and a snake-shaped water energy directly attacked Invincible Battle Technique. The terrifying power landed directly on his body. His entire body flew forward rapidly. In an instant, he disappeared from Wang Xian's sight. Formation, activate. Wang Xian didn't care about the Invincible Battle Technique. When he saw the multicolored dragon python entering the formation, he activated the formation one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire space was entangled with the formation, attacking the formation and restraining the multicolored dragon python. Submit to me. In order to save time, Wang Xian moved his body. His arm turned into a dragon claw as he clawed at the multicolored dragon python. Roar! With the assistance of the formation and Wang Xian's full strength, the level 8 war pet of the Eternal Celestial Master had no room to fight back. Roar! Soon, a multicolored dragon python let out a few low moans. Wang Xian immediately began to tame it. 10 minutes later, Wang Xian removed the formation. It's a success. The moment the formation was removed, Invincible Battle Technique ran over excitedly and stared at him passionately. I've succeeded. Let's continue. Let's see if we can tame a few more. Wang Xian said to him. Haha, don't worry, Boss Wang. Leave it to me. I found another one just now. This land of colorful seaweed and coral is really the lair of the colorful dragon pythons. Invincible Battle Technique roared excitedly and immediately flew in. Wang Xian immediately began to set up the formation. There's no need for too many. If I can get 4 or 5 multicolored dragon pythons, I can fight against the experts of the city in the sky. Wang Xian's eyes were flashing with a cold glint. As long as there were 4 or 5 of them, he could fight against them. Even if he had to sacrifice a few multicolored dragon pythons, he wouldn't hesitate. Perhaps it was really possible that Wang Xian would have a blessing in the future if he survived the calamity. This piece of seaweed and coral was the lair of the multicolored dragon pythons. In just a short 6 hours, invincible battle technique had attracted 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Ha ha ha, Boss Wang, there are 4 of them. If we stay here for a month or 2, won't we be able to tame dozens of them? When the time comes, Boss Wang, give me 1 more. Invincible battle technique said excitedly to Wang Xian. A few dozen? You're overthinking it. Wang Xian glanced at him and raised his head to look at the confinement ring above his head. This confinement ring was very special. It had been almost 10 hours, and it had not disappeared. Boss Wang, the confinement ring above your head should be disappearing soon. You don't have to worry after it has completely disappeared. Invincible battle technique looked over and said to him, the confinement circle was a bunch of confinement weapons forged by the experts who had used up their own strength. If they were hit by the confinement circle, they could either break it with their powerful strength or wait for the energy to run out. The confinement circle above Wang Xian's head was forged by the peak of the eternal divine lord. He couldn't break it. The value of such a confinement circle was extremely high. Is it going to disappear soon? Those experts from the city in the sky shouldn't give up on tracking me before the confinement circle disappears. Wang Xian mumbled. The 4 multicolored dragon pythons had already entered his expectations. If he wanted to subdue them again, it might take a longer time. When the imprisonment ring disappears, the other party might leave. I'll give it my all. Wang Xian exuded a cold aura. He looked around and immediately began to set up formations. This time, he wanted to set up more than 20 formations to wait for their arrival. When that time came, it was uncertain who would kill who. Moreover, even if they were no match for each other, the confinement circle above their heads would disappear. If they could not beat them, they would flee. It was a good opportunity to return to the Dragon Palace. Chapter 2336 2336, 2336 counterattacked. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Are you going to continue capturing and taming the multicolored dragon pythons? Then I will continue to attract them. Invincible battle technique was puzzled when he saw Wang Xian setting up a formation there. There were not many multicolored dragon pythons in this area now. He needed to change his location. No, I'm setting up a killing formation. Wang Xian shook his head. A strong killing intent shot out from his body. One by one, formations were formed in the void. Killing formation? Invincible was stunned for a moment. Boss Wang, aren't you going to? He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Wang Xian, who was filled with killing intent. When he saw the terrifying formations being formed one after another, his face revealed a look of shock. Boss Wang, they have a nearly intact level 9 master of the Eternal God. There are at least 6 or 7 level 8 masters. Invincible battle technique said hurriedly. Wang Xian ignored him and continued to set up the formations. Boss Wang, can you help me tame a multicolored dragon python first? If you help me tame it, I'll kill you. Invincible battle technique's expression changed drastically as he looked at Wang Xian with a bitter expression. Boss Wang, you didn't tame those multicolored dragon pythons to help you kill them, right? No. What if the multicolored dragon pythons are killed by them? Boss Wang, don't think too hard. It's never too late for us to take revenge. Don't be so reckless. Invincible battle technique's face turned black as he tried to persuade Wang Xian. He was really worried that Wang Xian would die in a head-on battle with that group of people. He was worried that the 4 multicolored dragon pythons would be killed. That would be a huge loss for him. He had used a law fragment. Looks like this guy is really petty. Wasn't he just ambushed and killed by others? He didn't lose any meat. Seeing that Wang Xian ignored him, his face turned black as he muttered softly. The last time, he owed him some elixirs and went straight to the battlefield. This guy was narrow-minded, and he would not provoke him in the future. Since he could not persuade Wang Xian, he could only watch from the side. After a while, he started to scold the people of the city in the sky again. You bunch of darn guys. Why did you have to provoke Wang Xian? Time passed slowly. As Wang Xian was not familiar with the formation, it took him an entire hour to set up more than 20 formations. At this moment, his face was a little pale. Setting up more than 20 formations had consumed a lot of his energy. He took out a pill and swallowed it straight into his mouth to recover the energy he had consumed. Phew! Looking at the confinement circle above his head, Wang Xian could sense that it could only last for 20 minutes at most. It's about time to move. I just don't know if the group of people have left yet. Wang Xian mumbled to himself as he removed the draconic aura that covered his aura. At the same time, he waved his arm and 4 colorful dragon pythons appeared in front of him. Chinibu, find a place to hide first. I'll see if I can attract the group of people over. Wang Xian looked at Invincible Battle Technique at the side. Don't die. Invincible Battle Technique's face darkened as he spoke to Wang Xian. He looked at the multicolored dragon pythons with some heartache and flew towards the back. Fight! Wang Xian had an idea and immediately ordered the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Roar! 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 The 4 multicolored dragon pythons let out a furious roar and attacked Wang Xian directly. The terrifying energy was wreaking havoc in the surroundings without any concealment. It could be felt within a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Bastard, you're courting death. Wang Xian let out a wild roar and started to fight with the multicolored dragon pythons. Boss Wang, what is this? Fuck. This is sinister. This is so fucking sinister. Invincible, who was hiding hundreds of kilometers away, was stunned when he saw this scene. He was fighting with the 4 multicolored dragon pythons that he had tamed. He wanted to draw them over and then charge at Wang Xian. Under the sudden attack of the 4 colorful dragon pythons, he could severely injure at least 3 to 4 level 8 Eternal Lord experts. He could even kill 3 to 4 of them. Coupled with the formation set up by Wang Xian, he might really be able to trap and kill level 9 Eternal Lord experts. How sinister. I really can't afford to provoke him in the future. Invincible in combat muttered to himself, damn it, damn it. The effect of the confinement circle is about to wear off. At this moment, more than 100 people were gathered in a place deep in the underground sea. The white-haired old man in the middle looked extremely embarrassed. He looked around and clenched his fists. This time, City Lord Jing and Pavilion Master Zong were heavily injured, and their strength was less than 10%. In order to chase after that guy, everyone took a huge risk. In the past 10 hours, more than 10 of their subordinates were ambushed by powerful sea monsters and died. Among them, 50 to 60 were injured and fled back to the Eternal Divine Kingdom. After all, this was the lowest level of the underground sea, and it was full of dangers. 10 hours had wasted a lot of resources, and there were even less than a dozen people, but that guy had escaped. In 2 days, more than 20 experts in the northern city had died because of him. How could he be willing? The rest of the people also had ugly expressions on their faces. Waves of tyrannical aura rushed out in all directions. Sigh, we're going back just like that. City Lord Jing's face was extremely pale, and his body looked a little hunched. There's no other way. Perhaps he's already. Roar, roar. Pavilion Master Zong shook his head unwillingly. However, before he could finish his words, the battle pet beside him suddenly cried out, "Oh!" Pavilion Master Zong was slightly taken aback, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Tianling, what did you say? You can smell that person's aura? Pavilion Master Zong hurriedly asked in pleasant surprise. Ao. The battle pet nodded its head. Smell it? Let's go over immediately. Before the confinement circle disappears, we absolutely cannot give up. Capture him and obtain that formation. The white-haired old man's aura trembled, and he immediately roared. Let's go. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, the group flew in a certain direction under the guidance of their battle pets. There's a shockwave coming from the battle ahead. A very strong shockwave. The group flew for about 10 million kilometers before they suddenly sensed the shockwave coming from the battle ahead of them. They were momentarily stunned. Let's go. We have to go there now. A glint flashed across the white-haired elder's eyes as he accelerated immediately. The rest of them had a gleam in their eyes as well. They had a premonition. Buzz. When they got close to Wang Xian, they immediately saw the pet owner of the dragon palace who was surrounded by 4 multicolored dragon pythons. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. He was barely able to withstand the attacks of the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that fellow to be entangled by the multicolored dragon pythons. The heavens are really helping me. The heavens want to build our northern city. Ha ha. When City Lord Jing saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. It should be that he encountered the multicolored dragon pythons when he was escaping. He couldn't return to the eternal divine kingdom due to the imprisonment ring above his head. His aura was sensed when he fought with the multicolored dragon pythons. Even the heavens are helping us. The white-haired elder's face was also filled with excitement. Chapter 23:37. 23:37, 23:37. Kill the experts of the northern city. Everyone in the northern city was extremely excited. They never thought that God would help them so much when they were about to lose all hope of capturing the boss of the Dragon Palace's battle pets. At the last moment, the opponent was attacked by 4 colorful dragon pythons. His hidden aura was exposed again and was discovered by them. Old City Lord, we don't need to fight at all. He has been seriously injured by the multicolored dragon pythons. He might be dying soon. An 8th-level Eternal Master said to the white-haired old man with excitement. The pet boss of the Dragon Palace was injured by the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. They didn't need to fight, and that guy couldn't escape either. They could capture him effortlessly, and once they captured him, they would gain a lot of benefits. No, the confinement circle above his head will soon disappear. Once it disappears, he can immediately escape. Besides, if the multicolored dragon pythons kill him, then our losses will be huge. Make a move now. The white-haired old man shook his head and stared at the front with burning eyes. He turned his eyes to everyone and ordered, "The ancestor is right. Attack immediately." City Lord Jing immediately nodded. At this moment, his pale face was flushed red, and his face was filled with excitement. The rise of Northern City was right before his eyes. We'll directly charge over. Pavilion Master Zhong's face was also filled with excitement. His body moved, and he directly charged forward. The white-haired old man, City Lord Jing, and the others did not hesitate at all. They directly flew toward the battlefield. Behind them, a few eternal celestial lords at level 8 followed them. This time, they must not let that guy escape. He's here. This time, all of you will die. At this moment, when he saw a figure rushing towards him, a hint of killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. His plan was going very smoothly. Damn it! At this moment, he still had to put on a show. Wang Xian's face revealed a ferocious expression. He looked at the group of them and stubbornly resisted the attacks of the multicolored dragon pythons. Ha ha ha, run. Where do you think you're going to run to this time? Kid, surrender. When City Lord Jing saw Wang Xian's ferocious expression, he laughed out loud. He was in a great mood as he roared. Boom. For beasts, scram. The white-haired old man's body shook. His level 9 aura, which belonged to the Eternal Lord, burst out. His terrifying aura pressed down on the 4 multicolored dragon pythons. Roar, roar. The 4 multicolored dragon pythons stared at them vigilantly. They stopped their attacks and retreated to the side uneasily. They swayed their bodies slightly. Ha ha ha, where are you going to run to now? The white-haired elder saw the fear in the eyes of the 4 multicolored dragon pythons and laughed out loud. He stretched out his palm and grabbed at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. Behind him, City Lord Jing and the sect leader were doing the same. Boom, boom, boom. However, the moment they stepped into the center of the formation, the moment they flew to the left and right of the 4 multicolored dragon pythons, the formation was activated in an instant. Even though the formation used a concealing formation, those who were stronger than Wang Xian could still sense the fluctuation of the formation around them. Fortunately, the energy from Wang Xian's battle with the 4 multicolored dragon pythons had concealed the fluctuation of the formation. In addition, The people from the northern city were filled with excitement. They didn't look carefully and stepped into the area of the formation. The moment the array formation was activated, the surrounding scene changed greatly. Boom, boom, boom. One array formation was activated, the second, third, fourth, and all the way to the 23rd array formation were all activated. 23 array formations, 17 offensive array formations. A total of 17 array formations that were enough to severely injure an eternal god lord of the 8th rank. 17 array formations exploded together at the same time, and their power was extremely terrifying. You dare to sneak attack me and chase after me. Today, I want to see who will kill who. At this moment, the injuries on Wang Xian's body disappeared instantly. The injuries on his body were originally just a disguise. Roar. This time, he didn't hesitate at all and instantly transformed into a divine dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of the formation fell. Roar, roar, roar. The 4 colorful dragon pythons on both sides also attacked them. All of the explosions happened in an instant. Crap? What's going on? This is an ambush. At this moment, the expressions of the white-haired elder and the other 3 changed dramatically. Their excited expressions instantly disappeared and turned into shock and anger. The terrifying array formation attack, the attack from the 4 multicolored dragon pythons on the left and right, and the owner of the Dragon Palace pet shop in front suddenly turned into a powerful creature. Everything was out of their expectations. Block. The white-haired elder's heart sank as he roared with a ferocious expression. Block. Block. The other 6 also roared and unleashed their strongest defenses. Boom, boom, boom. 17 attack formations covered them completely. The attacks from the 4 multicolored dragon pythons also covered them. Roar. Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and charged toward them with the destruction of the laws. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions rang in the formation. The black hole disturbance formation at the outermost part of the formation shook slightly and almost collapsed. As for the position at the center, it could no longer be seen clearly. No, no, old City Lord, Lord City Lord, save me. All of a sudden, a blood-curdling scream came from within. Patriarch, save me. At this moment, even City Lord Jing's cry for help rang out. City Lord Jing and the sect leader were both at level 9 of the Eternal Lord. However, under the attack of the Law Fragment, their injuries were extremely serious. If it wasn't for the fact that they were chasing after Wang Xian, they would have gone back to recuperate. However, this time, they might not have a chance. Streams of terrifying energy exploded one after another. Wang Xian looked over coldly. He could sense that the auras inside were disappearing. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. More than 10 seconds later, a figure suddenly dashed out from inside. The figure's entire body was extremely miserable. It was only half of its body. At this moment, he was staring at Wang Xian with a blood-red face. He was like a demon that came from the abyss to demand his life. Hee. Wang Xian stared at the half-figure that rushed out and sneered. It might be difficult to kill a level 9 Eternal Lord with such a terrifying attack. However, it was still possible to inflict serious injuries on him. At this moment, his injuries were even more serious than those of City Lord Jing and the sect leader. Kill. However, Wang Xian was not careless. He roared and ordered the 4 colorful dragon pythons to attack the white-haired elder. Ah, I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, another figure flew out. It was the sect leader of the Pet God Pavilion. He didn't seem to be seriously injured in the attack just now. He might have used his treasure to block some of it. He wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't return to his eternal divine kingdom at all. Since he couldn't escape, he would kill the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. Kill with all his might. Chapter 2338. 2338, 2338, killed an expert from Northern City. Hee, only the 2 of you are still alive. Don't even think about leaving today. This is the result of ambushing and hunting me down. Seeing that the two of them were still alive, Wang Xian's face was filled with awe. He swayed his 10,000-meter-long dragon body and charged straight at them. Now that their injuries were so severe, Wang Xian was not afraid of them at all. Roar! He let out a furious roar. The 5 elemental laws on his dragon claws flickered as he attacked the two of them. On both sides, 4 colorful dragon pythons were also attacking them. What kind of existence are you? At this moment, when the white-haired old man saw Wang Xian's form, his eyes were filled with shock. A human could transform into a creature that was 10,000 meters long. He is a dragon, a divine dragon. That's right, he is a divine dragon. That's not right. The divine dragon doesn't seem to be emitting rainbow rays of light. No, what exactly are you? The sect leader stared at Wang Xian, and his expression changed drastically. A powerful pressure and a terrifying figure. As a beast tamer master, he knew a lot of sea monsters, desolate beasts, and even space beasts. He had seen the picture of the divine dragon in an ancient book. It was exactly the same as the current Wang Xian. However, the divine dragon in the ancient book was not colorful. Dead man, you don't need to know too much. Wang Xian roared and swung his dragon claw down. Damn it. You are a guy who has mastered 8 laws. How dare you kill me? Even if I am seriously injured, I can still kill you before I die. The white-haired old man roared furiously with a blood-red face. A huge mirror appeared in front of him. The white light attacked Wang Xian's dragon claws directly. Boom, boom, boom. While he was attacking, the 2 multicolored dragon pythons were also attacking him. His expression changed slightly. His body trembled as white mirrors appeared around him and revolved around him. Bang, bang, bang. The multicolored dragon python's attack landed on his body and was blocked by him. In front of him, Wang Xian's dragon claw landed in the white glow and was blocked too, as expected of an expert at level 9 of the Eternal Lord. Even with such serious injuries, he still possesses such powerful strength. Wang Xian's eyes focused. He opened his dragon head, and a terrifying energy engulfed him. Go to hell. The white-haired old man had a ferocious look on his face. He was determined to die as he charged at Wang Xian with all his might. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar, and the 2 multicolored dragon pythons immediately coiled around him. The 2 multicolored dragon pythons also attacked him without any regard for their lives. I'm just trying to fight for my life. Trying to kill me is just wishful thinking. A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He moved his body and waved his dragon claws. Streams of energy tore towards him. The 2 colorful dragon pythons were entangled around him. They were fighting with their lives and exchanging injuries for injuries. Get lost. The white-haired elder looked extremely embarrassed when he saw the 2 colorful dragon pythons attacking him without any regard for their lives. This time, they were completely defeated. He never expected that all of this was a trap set up by the other party. An Eternal Lord level 8 powerhouse actually dared to set up a trap to kill their group of powerhouses. There was also that terrifying array formation, which had a total of 17 offensive arrays. In addition, there were 4 multicolored dragon pythons. What kind of existence did we provoke? This time, he felt some regret in his heart. The current him could kill an Eternal Lord rank 8 existence with his life, but would the result be like this? After killing a multicolored dragon python, he completely perished. This time, not only am I doomed, the entire northern city is also doomed. His face was filled with despair and malevolence. I can't accept this. I must kill him. Kill him. The white-haired old man went crazy. He controlled the divine weapon and attacked Wang Xian crazily. The more he fought, the more severe the injuries on his body became. The multicolored dragon python didn't care about his life at all as it coiled around him. Wang Xian, who was in front of him, wasn't injured at all. On the side, 2 multicolored dragon pythons were coiled around the sect leader. The sect leader, who was already injured, could only endure the attacks of the 2 multicolored dragon pythons. As for the center area, at the center of the explosion, there were corpses lying there. There were 4 level 8 Eternal Lord experts and 1 level 9 Eternal Lord, City Lord Jing. He had fallen under the cover of the array formation. What? What's going on? What happened? Why did the array formation suddenly appear? And the terrifying energy that passed through it. At this moment, more than 100 people from the northern city were staring blankly at the massive array formation that had suddenly appeared in front of them. From the array formation, they could feel waves of power that made their hearts palpitate. The array formation that suddenly appeared. We, our Lord City Lord, the Old Lord City Lord, and the others are most likely ambushed. An eternal God Lord rank 7 old man's expression changed drastically as he growled in a low voice. In this situation, there was a 100% chance that they had been ambushed. Since they dared to ambush them, they definitely had confidence. The old man's words caused everyone in the surroundings to panic. If something really happened to the City Lord and the Old City Lord, then the entire northern city would be in a complete decline. I hope nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Some people mumbled. Haha, you bunch of damned fellows from Sky City actually dared to provoke Boss Wong. You must be out of luck now. HMPH, Boss Wong has set up dozens of formations. The people who are surrounded by the formations are probably going to die soon. At this moment, the voice of Invincible in battle techniques rang out. He saw Wang Xian trapping all the experts and kept praying in his heart. When he saw the people from the northern city, his face was filled with anger. He could not help but provoke them. Invincible in battle techniques, you are also the one who harmed our city in the sky. Our patriarch knows about this and will definitely not let you off. When the people heard his words, they looked extremely embarrassed. They looked at him with murderous intent. HMPH, who are you threatening? My patriarch is also a godly monarch. I, invincible in combat arts, will be afraid of you. If you dare to sneak attack us, you are courting death. Invincible in combat arts roared at them without any fear. You. Everyone's expressions changed as they glared viciously at Invincible in combat arts. However, they did not dare to attack. There was no need to say if they could crack the defensive cardinal treasures on their opponents. Even if they were invincible in battle techniques, they didn't dare to attack rashly. Otherwise, if the land of battle techniques got angry, the northern city wouldn't be able to quell their anger. Humph, a bunch of trash. Invincible in battle techniques glanced at them with disdain, his eyes fixed on the true formation. Boss Wong, you mustn't be in trouble. He mumbled to himself. Ah, die. You bastard, die. An extremely shrill voice rang out from within the formation. The old man's face was filled with malevolence as he attacked a multicolored dragon python in front of him. An attack that didn't care about his life. Hee, die. When Wang Xian saw the white-haired old man's attack before his death, his face was filled with mockery. A dragon claw finger landed on his head when he was killing a multicolored dragon python. I actually died at the hands of a puny level 8 Eternal Lord. What a joke. As death approached, his face was filled with unwillingness. The white-haired old man had fallen. Chapter 2339. 2339, 2339, had completely formed an enmity with him. Ah, even if you die, I will not let you have it easy. After the white-haired elder died, the sect leader roared with a ferocious look on his face. The current him was already in despair. He was the leader of the Divine Pet Pavilion, yet he actually died here. How pathetic, how laughable. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying collision sound rang out. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes were filled with a cold expression. Another multicolored dragon python had died. However, he was also killed by another multicolored dragon python. I don't have any enmity with you guys. Since you guys want to kill me, I can only kill you guys. Wang Xian watched them die completely and muttered to himself. Although I have suffered a great loss by killing you guys, I shouldn't suffer too much. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. He transformed into his human form and collected the corpses one by one. Now that he had transformed into the body of the divine dragon, it was too eye-catching. There were many experts who could recognize the divine dragon in this world. Wang Xian wasn't sure if they would covet his body of the divine dragon. Therefore, they wouldn't transform into the divine dragon until the very end. There are quite a number of treasures. With the addition of the 7 corpses, the few members of the Dragon Palace will be able to improve a lot. Wang Xian kept the corpses and looked at the corpses of the 2 colorful dragon pythons. I still lost a lot. Wang Xian mumbled. 1 living war pet could be exchanged for more than 20 corpses of the same level. However, I might not be able to obtain the corpses of the multicolored dragon pythons without their pursuit. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. With a wave of his arm, the only black hole disturbance formation dissipated. The formation is disappearing. At this moment, more than 100 people from Northern City were staring at the formation nervously from outside. An old man saw the fluctuation of the formation and clenched his fist tightly. Nothing must happen to the lords of Northern City. Boss Wang is invincible. Northern City must die. Boss Wang is invincible. Northern City must die. Not far away, Invincible Battle Technique felt the fluctuation of the formation and was extremely nervous. If Wang Xian died inside or was captured, his battle pet would be gone. Buzz. The formation dissipated completely and a figure was revealed. Ha ha ha, Boss Wang is invincible in the world. He has unified the greater world for thousands of generations. When Wang Xian's figure appeared, an extremely excited voice entered his ears. When he heard the Chinibu's words, Wang Xian's face turned black. This fellow? Oh no. It's over. The city lord is dead. The old city lord and the rest are dead too. All the lords are dead. However, when the people from the northern city saw Wang Xian's figure, their bodies trembled violently. A look of despair appeared on their faces. Run. Run back immediately. An old man immediately roared. Without any hesitation, he returned to his eternal divine kingdom. They were completely scared out of their wits. More than 100 people disappeared quickly. When Wang Xian saw them escaping, he didn't attack them. If they wanted to escape, he couldn't stop them. Boss Wang, you're too powerful. A figure pounced at him. He was almost hugging his thigh. Wang Xian kicked him and told him to stay away from him. Boss Wang, do you think we should go back now? That multicolored dragon python. He rubbed his hands nonchalantly and said with a smile, 2 of them are dead. I'll give you 1. Wang Xian looked at him and said, 2 of them are dead. Sigh. This bunch of darn beasts from the northern city actually killed 2 multicolored dragon pythons. They deserve to die for their crimes. Invincible said indignantly, but his mouth almost opened in excitement. He didn't care how many he killed. As long as he could get 1, it would be enough. The mount of an Eternal God Lord Tier 8. Imagine if he rode an Eternal God Lord Tier 8 colorful dragon python and walked around in the sky above the Battle Technique City. The female fans of the fan club should be able to break through 50 billion. He mumbled and couldn't be more excited. This time, it would definitely shake up the entire Tianzi continent. Then I'll have to trouble Boss Wang to help me tame it. Invincible Battle Technique opened his mouth and said to him, You're not missing out. Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly and summoned a multicolored dragon python. It was rare for a level 1 Eternal Lord to ride on the level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Lord. Firstly, sea monsters were powerful, and they wouldn't submit to the weak, even if they were tamed. Secondly, the weak wouldn't dare to ride on a powerful battle pet. If the battle pet went berserk, they could easily kill their master. However, he wasn't afraid of invincible battle techniques. He had a defensive true treasure. It took him a full 10 hours to help invincible battle techniques tame the colorful dragon pythons. The main reason was that this guy was too weak, and it took too much time. Let's put away the battle pets first and see if there are still multicolored dragon pythons in this seaweed coral area. If there are, I will tame a few more. Wang Xian said to Invincible Battle Tactic. This time, if the 2 multicolored dragon pythons didn't die, Wang Xian would sell them when he went back. It was possible for him to directly break through to the 4th level of the Eternal Lord and level up 2 levels consecutively. His strength would reach the peak of the Eternal Lord. Boss Wang, leave it to me. In the future, let me know about this. I will definitely go through hell and back. At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique opened his mouth and looked like he was loyal. Go. Wang Xian waved his hand at him. This time, without Invincible Battle Technique, he might really die. It was only right to give him a colorful dragon python. Without him, it would be very difficult for him to obtain so many battle pets. What should we do now? City Lord Jing has fallen. The old City Lord has fallen, and even the level 8 Eternal Lord is left with only one person. Our northern city has completely fallen. At this moment, in the northern city of Sky City, more than 200 experts had gathered together. The leader was a pale old man. The old man was in level 8 Eternal Lord, and he was the last level 8 Eternal Lord in Northern City. He was the strongest one. He did not follow them this time. Instead, he was in charge of the Northern City. After everyone had escaped, they immediately gathered together to discuss the future. Sigh. The old man looked at everyone present and sighed heavily. His face looked even paler. The City Lord was dead, the old City Lord was dead, and he was the only level 8 expert. As one of the 18 cities in the sky, the Northern City was already extremely weak. The death of the old City Lord and City Lord Jing is a great event for us. We have to report this to the main city and the Patriarch. The old man said slowly, and everyone around fell silent. What would happen to Northern City next? The Patriarch and my father died for our Northern City. We can't let them die like this and tell the main city everything. When the time comes, you can say that they have obtained a map of the Earth Chilean Turtle Sea Monster and are going to subdue it. Then, they will be ambushed and killed by the pet owner of the Dragon Palace. You can also tell them about the array formation. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly roared with a ferocious face. His words made everyone's hearts tremble. Chapter 2340. 2342,340 returned with a full load. In the hall, everyone was staring at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the descendant of the old City Lord, the son of City Lord Jing, and now had the strength of an Eternal Lord Tier 5. In the future, he had a 90% chance of inheriting the position of City Lord. But now, the old ancestor was dead, his father was dead, and Northern City was practically dead in name. Either the other cities were allowed to merge, or the main city sent people to take over. How could the middle-aged man be willing to let this go? How could he not take revenge? The rest of the people were slightly silent. They would also suffer a huge loss from the loss of the Northern City this time. All right, I support it. The owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop killed our City Lord. We must take revenge for this. We are not his match, but it's easy for the experts of Sky City to kill him. He only killed the City Lords by relying on schemes and tricks. Once the experts of Sky City attack them, he won't live long. An old man stood up. He used to be the trusted aide of City Lord Jing. Okay, do you have any objections? The Tier 8 old man in the center swept his gaze across everyone and said indifferently, "No objections. We must avenge the City Lords and pay with blood." Everyone immediately shouted, "All right, we will immediately contact the City Lords." The old man nodded, waved at everyone, and immediately began to leave. The rest of the people immediately left. At the same time, the Sky City's main city, the Sky City in the Void, was incomparably vast. The main city was filled with palaces and god kingdoms. Even the god kingdoms of many eternal god lords were placed there. Here, the Sky City's god king was in charge. It was extremely safe to place the eternal god kingdoms there. "Commander, there's an urgent message from the Northern City." A middle-aged man stepped into a palace and spoke to a vast figure sitting on a throne. Wang. The figure waved his arm, and the figure of an 8th-ranked elder appeared in front of him. "Where is your City Lord? What do you want to report?" The elder in the image of the figure shrouded in divine light asked indifferently. "The former Vice City Lord of the Northern City pays his respects to the commander. The commander has made the decision for our Northern City. The old City Lord, the City Lord, and the other rank 8 experts of the Northern City have all been killed by the traitors. We request the commander to help us take revenge." The elder directly knelt on the ground and said loudly, What? Jing Yu and the northern kingdom of Jing have fallen? What on earth is going on? The divine light fluctuated a little, and the voice of the figure inside turned cold. 2 Tier 9 Eternal Lord experts had fallen. This was a great loss to the entire Sky City, especially since they were the city lords of the northern city. Who dared to kill the experts of their Sky City? This was a complete provocation to the Sky City. Commander, father, and ancestor were killed by the owner of the Dragon Palace's pet shop. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen and said angrily, We will make the decision for the 2 city lords of the northern city. No one can provoke the Sky City. Dozens of seconds later, the figure shrouded in divine light said slowly, Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. The middle-aged man quickly thanked him. The figure shrouded in divine light waved his arm and the image disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a thought, he passed the news to some people in the main city. Commander Duan. Soon, 7 or 8 figures appeared in the hall and greeted the figure in front of them. You all know the news. Let's talk about the situation in the North City. Commander Duan said to them, I asked a person in the North City just now. There's a discrepancy in the information. The North City provoked the enemy first, and then they were tricked and killed. An elder said directly, I don't care about anything else. It's true that the enemy killed our people. Those who killed us have to die. Although the North City has declined, it's still one of the 18 cities. The city in the sky can't be offended. An old man beside him said directly, I've already sent people to investigate the identity of the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. Now, that formation is the key. One of the old men followed closely and spoke. After he finished speaking, the surroundings quieted down. This kind of formation can only be mastered by some of the powerful warriors of the Witch Formation Association. That lord from the mysterious sky domain also can't master it, right? An old man muttered. It is said that the Success Wizard Association has this kind of array formation. This kind of array formation can only be grasped by very few people in the Success Wizard Association. That lord has never seen him use it before, so it should not be possible. Commander Duan said slowly, What kind of existence was the Success Wizard Association? One of the top existences in the Greater Thousand World. Void God Emperor was overseeing it. The boss of the Dragon Palace War Pet should have a very big relationship with that lord. One of them frowned slightly. Regardless of whether he has a relationship or not, he has to pay the price for killing our people. I agree, but we can't do it openly. Send out the Sky War God Squad and find an opportunity to capture him. Inform the progenitor of this matter. The old men immediately spoke up. Even if they knew that the boss of the Dragon Palace's war pet had a very close relationship with a godly monarch, that formation was still worthy of them taking action. A formation that was extremely precious even in the Wizard Association, let alone to them. Revenge was just an excuse. In the underground sea, Wang Xian didn't know that he had formed a deadly enmity with the city in the sky. He also didn't know that a group of experts at the pinnacle of the Eternal Godlord was eyeing him. Invincible Battle Technique continued to search for the multicolored dragon pythons. Perhaps it was because of the battle, or there were only 4 multicolored dragon pythons in this area. Invincible continued to search outside for 5 days, but he did not encounter any multicolored dragon pythons. This made Wang Xian feel a little helpless. The level 8 sea monsters of the Eternal Lord were not cabbages in the depths of the underground sea. Otherwise, the humans in the Tianzi continent would have been wiped out long ago. Boss Wang, why don't we continue to search? Invincible did not slack off this time as he spoke to Wang Xian. There's no need. I've been out for more than 20 days. It's time to go back. Wang Xian shook his head. He would go back and level up first. Next time, he would be able to fight against the level 9 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. All right, let's go back immediately. Invincible was a little excited when he heard Wang Xian's words. Although he had used up the law fragment given to him by his ancestor this time, he had managed to exchange it for a multicolored dragon python battle pet. He had made a huge profit. Most importantly, he could pretend to be 13 again. Let's go. Following that, Invincible Battle Technique flew out excitedly. He flew out from the surface of the sea and headed straight for the nearest city in the City of Battle Technique. When he arrived at the city, Wang Xian did not follow him back to the City of Battle Technique. Instead, he went straight back to the Xin Heaven domain through the formation. The harvest this time was extremely huge for Wang Xian. Close to 400 war pets at the level of the Eternal Lord would be able to upgrade him by 1.5 levels or even more. Chapter 2341 2341 Dragon Palace's war pets were well known. Wang Xian was making his way to the Xian Heaven domain through the teleportation formation. At the same time, Invincible Battle Technique was also making his way to Battle Technique City through the teleportation formation. Compared to Wang Xian, Invincible Battle Technique was very close to Battle Technique City. Furthermore, as the city where the Patriarch of Battle Technique City was located, he could teleport there directly. However, Invincible in Combat Arts did not return to Combat Arts City directly. Instead, he made 2 transfers to the nearest city in Combat Arts City. After coming out from the teleportation formation, Invincible in Combat Arts raised his head and scanned his surroundings. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he exuded an invincible aura. That's right, it was the aura of invincibility in the world. At this moment, he felt that he was an invincible existence. His body moved and he flew into the sky, looking down at the entire city. Ha ha ha. Next, the entire world will be shocked by my invincible battle techniques. Invincible Battle Techniques could not help but laugh wildly. His body shook and he shouted, "Summon battle pets, multicolored dragon pythons." His voice resounded through the sky. Roar! In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura came from below him, and his roar resounded through the entire sky of the city. At this moment, the expressions of all the experts within the city changed drastically, and many of them revealed terrified expressions. Under the body of Invincible Battle Technique, a multicolored dragon python appeared. He stood on the head of the multicolored dragon python, exuding an inexhaustible sense of elegance and arrogance. But at this moment, his mouth was wide open like a child's torn crotch. Invincible Battle Technique is passing by and has disturbed all the elders. He saw many experts nervously soaring into the sky, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he said indifferently, "What? Invincible in Battle Technique?" "It's invincible in Battle Technique, young master." When everyone heard this voice, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. "Dragon Python, let's go to the Battle Technique City." Invincible in Battle Technique lightly ordered. Roar, roar. The multicolored dragon python let out a wild roar and directly flew in the direction of the Battle Technique City. Below, everyone revealed an extremely shocked expression. The Battle Technique was invincible. He actually had an Eternal God Lord rank 8 multicolored dragon python battle pet. This was an Eternal God Lord rank 8. In the entire Tianzi continent, there was no such terrifying battle pet. Everyone in the entire city was extremely shocked. Young Master Invincible is doing this on purpose, right? He came out from the teleportation array and summoned his battle pet to fly towards the Battle Technique City. It's completely unnecessary. He can totally teleport to the Battle Technique City. On the top of the tallest building in the city, a middle-aged man said to the old man beside him with a speechless face, "It's also good to let the entire Tianzi continent experience invincible strength." The old man looked at it with a smile instead. The news of Invincible riding on the colorful dragon python of the level 8 Eternal God Lord quickly spread on the AI. At this time, the main character was standing on top of the colorful dragon python's head excitedly, and his face was slightly distorted. There was nothing he could do. The multicolored dragon python's speed was too fast, and he was somewhat unable to stand steadily, but even so, his eyes were still filled with light. In front of us is the Battle Technique City. Take a circle, Dragon Python, with a roar. Let everyone know that I, Invincible in Battle Technique, am coming. Invincible in Battle Technique patted the multicolored dragon python, and said with a loud laugh, "Roar, roar, roar." The multicolored dragon python's roar shook the entire Battle Technique City. In an instant, all the experts in the Battle Technique City looked at the sky and immediately flew over. There were 5 or 6 peak Eternal Godlord experts flying over. It's invincible. Invincible on top. The peak Eternal Godlord expert who was the first to fly out was also stunned when he saw the multicolored dragon python's invincible battle technique. The last time he rode on the ice drill crocodile, which was a rank 5 Eternal Godlord, had already shocked them. Now he was an Eternal Godlord Tier 8 multicolored dragon python, which was a full 3 ranks higher. Even peak experts like them couldn't get an Eternal Godlord Tier 8 multicolored dragon python battle pet. Such a battle pet would be considered a top-tier expert in the field of battle techniques. Invincible. This battle pet of yours, this? An old man couldn't help but ask, "How are you, grandfathers?" "Haha, aren't you handsome? Wait a moment, I want to take a tour around the Battle Technique City." Invincible Battle Technique said proudly. He patted the multicolored dragon python and began to circle around the Battle Technique City. Below, many powerful figures rushed into the sky and stared at Invincible Battle Technique with their mouths agape. In the city, everyone raised their heads and slightly opened their mouths, filled with disbelief. Their invincible young master actually had an Eternal Godlord rank 8 multicolored dragon python battle pet. Big brother, he. In the center of the Battle Technique City, Jean Fation May looked at her big brother and slightly opened her mouth. On the side, their father's face was a bit dark. His own kid got such a terrifying battle pet. Didn't it mean that his strength was even stronger than his? Invincible young master. You this? Where did this battle pet come from? On the lower seat, a beauty looked at the multicolored dragon python battle pet with infatuation and asked, "Hee, it's just a level 8 battle pet of the Eternal Celestial Master. It was given to me by my boss Wong." "Oh, Boss Wong is the boss of the Dragon Palace battle pet. Next time when I'm stronger, I'll look for him to exchange for a stronger battle pet." Seeing the beautiful lady staring at him, Invincible Battle Technique said nonchalantly. At this moment, he didn't mind giving Wang Xian a boost. After all, he was a big shot now and needed to hug him tightly. Hiss. Is the Dragon Palace's war pet given to young Master Invincible? Below, everyone took a deep breath when they heard his words. Their faces were filled with shock. "Brat, get your ass over here." At this moment, an incomparably huge palm wrapped around him and the multicolored dragon python. The powerful dragon python didn't have the slightest bit of control over it. Patriarch. The expression of Invincible Battle Technique changed slightly. He flew straight back to the mountain range behind him. The peak experts around the Battle Technique City smiled and immediately flew towards the Patriarch. "Patriarch, why did you catch me here?" After being caught into an ancient hall, Invincible Battle Technique looked at a fat old man in front of him and said with slight dissatisfaction. It ended before he even started to show off, which made him very unhappy. "Shut up, how can you talk to your forefather?" The chubby old man stretched out his hand and slapped his head. Invincible Battle Technique put on a bitter face and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Forefather. At this time, more than 20 Eternal Godlord rank 9 and peak experts walked in from the Battle Technique area. This was only a part of it. The chubby old man nodded and also knew why they came in. The level 8 war pet of the Eternal Godlord was indeed shocking. Even he was a bit surprised. "Tell me, how did you get this war pet?" Sitting on the main seat, the fat elder asked directly. "Boss Wong gave it to me." Boss Wong is the boss of the war pet of the Dragon Palace. Invincible replied, "I know how he got it. Why did he give it to you for no reason?" The fat elder continued to ask, "I can't tell you how he got it. I swore at that time that if I told you, my entire family would be wiped out." Invincible Battle Technique said with a bitter face. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat elder's face turned black, and the corners of the mouths of the experts from the land of Battle Technique twitched. Chapter 2342. 2342. Everyone knew about 2,342 Dragon Palaces war pets. Bang! In a hall in the land of battle techniques, Invincible Battle Technique was slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving only his head. He looked at his ancestor with a bitter face, as if he was about to cry. He did swear that he would not reveal Boss Wong's secret. The fat elder in front of him had a dark face, and the other experts in the land of battle techniques also turned their heads speechlessly. Forefather, I helped Boss Wong attract the sea monsters. He captured and gave me a multicolored dragon python. Invincible said weakly, "Where's the law fragment on you?" The fat elder glared at him and asked, "I used the law fragment," Invincible said. Seeing the forefather glaring at him fiercely, he did not dare to hide it. A group of people from Sky City ambushed Boss Wong. I was still hoping that Boss Wong would give me a battle pet. So I used the law fragment and heavily injured 2 Eternal Lord rank 9 experts. I helped Boss Wong escape. However, that group of people did not end well either. Boss Wong set up an array and killed them all. As he said this, he secretly looked at his ancestor's expression. How many people attacked him? The fat elder was slightly stunned. His face was filled with confusion. 3 rank 9, but 2 were severely injured by me, and 4 rank 8. In order to kill them, 2 colorful dragon pythons died. These damn guys are coveting Boss Wong's treasures. Invincible said angrily. All of them? The owner of the Dragon Palace's pet shop seems to be very young. I didn't expect him to have such terrifying strength. An elder behind said with a face full of astonishment. That kid has a very deep relationship with Xian Tianzi. He might be the illegitimate son of Xian Tianzi. His talent is too monstrous. The fat elder raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, when he obtained an ice drill crocodile pet from Invincible Battle Technique, he had already checked Wang Xian's information. He had used all the information in the land of battle techniques, but he still couldn't find out where the young man came from. Mysterious, extremely mysterious. The corners of the mouths of the elders twitched when they heard the patriarch's words. That godly monarch was already so old. How could he still have a child? Scram. Go to the back room to cultivate. Don't even think about coming out unless you have comprehended the second law. The fat old man looked at Invincible Battle Technique and waved his arm, throwing it behind the mountain range. When everyone saw Invincible Battle Technique being thrown out, they smiled. Patriarch, I think Invincible's bloodline is about to awaken. At this moment, a white-haired old man saw Invincible Battle Technique disappear and asked in a low voice. Yes, it's about to awaken. I found a master for him, and that master happily agreed. At this moment, a smile appeared on the fat old man's face. The reason why the entire land of battle techniques placed so much importance on the invincibility of battle techniques and why he gave him such a defensive supreme treasure was not because he was the most outstanding Heaven's favorite in the past 100,000 years. He had seen many Heaven's favorites, but how could they be compared to the invincibility of battle techniques? The name Invincibility of Battle Techniques was personally coined by him. It meant that he had a chance to step into invincibility. That's great. When the elders heard the elders' words, excitement appeared on their faces. To be able to get close to that expert and become that expert's disciple, their land of battle techniques would at least be able to prosper for a few million years. And just as Invincible in Battle Techniques was thrown into the mountain range behind them, the name Invincible in Battle Techniques once again resounded in the entire Heaven's Selection continent. The main reason was that Invincible Battle Style rode a colorful dragon python from a city to the Battle Style city. What kind of existence was this colorful dragon python? An 8th level Eternal Lord tier battle pet. How many 8th level Eternal Lord tier battle pets were there in the entire Natural Selection continent? Who wouldn't be envious of such a precious battle pet? The entire AI was filled with pictures and videos of Invincible Battle Style riding a colorful dragon python, awe-inspiring the entire Tianza. Along with that, the Dragon Palace pet shop once again reverberated across the entire continent. In the sky above Battlemaster City, Invincible Battlemaster had also said that his pet was given to him by the owner of the Dragon Palace pet shop. If the last advertisement had let 1/3 and 1/4 of the Heaven Selection continent know about the Dragon Palace pet, this time, almost everyone knew about it. Holy shit, how long has it been? He actually got an Eternal Lord level 8 pet. How powerful is he? Let's not worry about this for now. Contact General Wang immediately. If he can get a level 8 war pet of the Eternal God Lord, there must be a lot of others. He said that he would sell it to me this time. At this moment, at the front line of Blackwater, more than a dozen generals were sitting in a room and talking. They had also received the news from the AI. When they learned that Wang Xian had obtained the level 8 war pet of the Eternal God Lord, they immediately gathered together to discuss. The marshal has given him the position of a general. This time, we should give priority to the war pet. Let's make it clear first. I want a multicolored dragon python war pet. One of the generals immediately said, I want one too. When one of the generals saw it, he immediately said, I want one too. Who knows how many colorful dragon pythons there are right now? You all want one. No way. I was the first to say it. You have to give me one. Who are you talking to? I'm your grandfather. The group of elders started arguing in the room. Sister Yizhu, your AI here is so fun. We don't have such fun stuff over there. The communication compass isn't as good as the AI. The Federation royal family. The Federation was established 6 million years ago. Back then, Tianzhe continent didn't even have an undying emperor. Back then, the Yuan family had a few powerful scientists, leading the humans to fight against the sea monsters, becoming the only royal family on Tianzhe continent. After the undying emperor level, sea monsters ravaged Tianzhe continent. The humans suffered heavy losses. Back then, the Yuan family went out to ask for help, buying training methods and reforming. Humanity entered the training era. Because of the Yuan family's reform, Tianzhe continent had 4 undyings. Even though they had power over the Federation, they still recognized the Federation and cooperated with the Federation's missions. One was the Yuan family. They were the biggest contributor to humanity in Tianzhe continent. 2. The Yuan family had disciples from powerful forces outside as their teachers. This was especially true for the son of the current supreme leader of the Federation, who had been taken in as a personal disciple by the sect master of the Heavenly Dharma sect. The strength of the sect master of the Heavenly Dharma sect was much stronger than all the godly monarchs of the Tianzhe continent. In the royal palace of the Federation, more than a dozen young men and women were sitting in a room. A girl was playing with the AI in her hand, exclaiming from time to time. In terms of communication ability, the communication compass is more practical. A girl standing next to her said with a smile, this is? Your Tianzhe continent actually has such a powerful beast tamer master? To be able to tame an 8th tier war pet of an eternal god lord, doesn't that mean that he has the ability of a peak master? Suddenly, the girl looked at the information on the AI and said in surprise, Chapter 2343. 2343 was upgraded once again. Oh, taming an eternal god lord rank 8 war pet? There aren't many beast taming masters of this level on our star source planet. Are you serious? There's actually such a powerful beast taming master in the Tianzhe continent? Hearing the girl's exclamation, a few figures walked over in shock and asked the girl, This is real. Last time, our royal family bought a batch of war pets from him. There were more than 3,000 peak god-level war pets and more than 100 eternal god lord-level war pets. However, the last time, the highest level was eternal god lord rank 5. Yuan Yaju saw that they were full of interest. She looked at the contents of the AI and immediately said, So powerful. Even our beast tamer masters can't take out so many war pets at once. A young man said with a shocked face. It was not easy to capture desolate beasts and sea monsters to tame war pets, unless one was lucky enough to find the nest of sea monsters. I heard from Uncle Fu that this master is very powerful. In just a few months, he has sold more than 100 Eternal God Lord level battle pets. This time, there will probably be more. Yuan Yaju continued. That's quite powerful. It's a pity that senior apprentice Sister Lang Yue did not come with us this time. Otherwise, she might have taken a look at Senior Apprentice Sister Lengyue's battle pets. Senior Apprentice Sister Lengyue seems to have gone to the Magus Beast Pavilion to look for a Beast Tamer Grandmaster. I wonder if she can cure little AI. Several young men and women were talking. Wanqing, you are on good terms with Senior Sister Lengyue. Have you asked about little AI? A girl asked the girl who was holding the artificial intelligence. I'll go ask now. If Senior Sister hasn't found someone to cure little AI, I'll ask her to come here and try her luck with a master from the Tianzi continent. As Wanqing said this, she took out a special communication stone plate. The colorful dragon python war pet of the Eternal Lord level 8. At the same time, in the city in the sky, more than a dozen people gathered together. Their eyes were also blinking as they read the information on the AI. Wang Xian didn't know that the Dragon Palace war pet had become famous because of its invincible battle techniques. He also didn't know that many people had already paid attention to him. Sell all these war pets to the front line of the Blackwater. Wang Xian had already arrived at the front line of the Blackwater after passing through the array formation. When he had just arrived, he saw more than 10 people waiting there. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw that everyone was obviously waiting for him. General Wang is here. The harvest this time should be pretty good, right? Commander Xian walked over with a smile and said, General Wang, how many colorful dragon pythons did you obtain? Guardian Xian couldn't wait to greet him and ask, how did you guys know? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. On the AI, that kid from the Battle Techniques aristocratic family rode on the colorful dragon pythons to show off. Now, he knows. Commander Xian smiled and continued, General Wang, how about selling the battle pets to us at the Blackwater frontlines this time? Sure, I only have one multicolored dragon python in my possession now. I have quite a number of level 3 Eternal Lord level Xingwen flying fish, more than 200 of them. There are more than 100 level 1 to level 6 war pets. Upon hearing their words, Wang Xian understood in his heart and said to them, more than 300 Eternal Lord level war pets? Everyone was slightly shocked and their eyes turned hot. How many Eternal Lord level experts were there in the front line? More than 3,000, which was equivalent to a 10% increase in strength. This was a huge benefit for the entire Blackwater front line. As for the colorful dragon python, although they were a bit disappointed, they were already lucky to get it. General Wang, we want all of them. Commander Xian immediately said, all right, the price will be based on the rules set by the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. Wang Xian nodded his head. We might not have so many elixirs, and some of them are also needed by the soldiers on the front lines. A portion of them will be paid with the corpses of the sea monsters. Commander Xian muttered to himself, the corpses of the sea monsters? Wang Xian frowned slightly. How much do you want to pay for the corpses of the sea monsters? About 1/3. How about it, General Wang? Is that not possible? Commander Xian frowned and asked. The battle pets that Wang Xian brought out this time had completely exceeded their expectations. The frontline soldiers also needed elixirs. They couldn't bring out all of them, so they had to store some in reserve. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. 1/3 didn't stop him from upgrading his level by 1 level. However, if that was the case, he might be a little further away from the peak combat strength of the Eternal Lord. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. If he were to capture sea monsters again in the future, he would only come back when he could level up to level 4. That's good, that's good. A smile appeared on the faces of the generals. They returned to the residence of the Dragon Palace army with Wang Xian. They called the soldiers who had their battle pets over and asked Wang Xian to help tame them. Wang Xian kept the resources that they gave him and placed the corpses of the sea monsters into the Dragon Palace. In the next few days, he began to help the frontline soldiers tame the war pets. During this period, he also read the information on the AI. He was very satisfied with the method of being invincible in battle techniques. Now, the attention of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop had reached 100 billion people. Wang Xian announced the harvest in the Dragon Palace shop. However, he also announced that all of these war pets were sold to the Blackwater frontline. This made many forces and experts look disappointed. At the same time, They were also shocked by the Dragon Palace's war pets that had acquired more than 300 Eternal Lord-level war pets. From start to finish, the Dragon Palace's war pets had sold nearly 500 Eternal Lord-level war pets. This shocked everyone. 3 level 9 corpses of the Eternal Lord, 6 level 8 corpses of the Eternal Lord, level 7 and level 6 corpses of the Eternal Lord, and the sea monster corpses from the Blackwater frontline. With so many corpses, how many level 8 Eternal Lord level leaders can the Dragon Palace produce? After 5 days of training the sea monster for the soldiers from the Blackwater frontline, Wang Xian looked at the harvest with a smile on his face. With so many corpses, at least 2 to 3 Eternal Lord level 8 members would be born in the Dragon Palace. It was a must to add a few more experts from the Dragon Palace to take charge. As for the rest of the levels, Wang Xian didn't plan to increase them for the time being. He wanted to increase the combat strength of the Eternal Lord level first. With so many resources, it shouldn't be a problem for 700 to 800 members of the Dragon Palace to be promoted to the Eternal Lord level. With that, the number of Eternal Lord level existences in the Dragon Palace could reach 1,200 to 3,000. I can also increase my own strength. Wang Xian looked at the rest of the elixirs and smiled. The elixirs in his hands were enough for him to increase his strength. After entering the room, he placed the elixirs into his mouth one by one. The dragon chi in his body was increasing at a terrifying speed. Boom! Soon, his body shook and a dragon's roar came from within his body. A terrifying might rushed towards his surroundings. Chapter 2344 2344 2744 Immortal King, Desolate Beast Cub. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Eternal God Lord Level 3, Divine Dragon Transformation Level 6. Origin, 17/500. Ability, Rule the Water Tribe below one's level. Devour living beings to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability, Soul Capture, Spirit Possession, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 Elements Grinding, Dragon Kingdom in the Palm, Dragon Head under the Heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang Poles, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Law, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light and Darkness, Level 3. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace Owned, Level 7. Members of Dragon Palace, 165693. Phew, another level up? Wang Xian looked at his attributes with a smile on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The improvement in his strength was simply too fast. Stretching his body, Wang Xian flew towards the Xintian Academy with a smile on his face. It had been more than a month since he left the academy. It was time for him to return to the academy to see his students. Teacher. Hello, Teacher Wang. Upon arriving in Class 1, the students greeted him immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded to the girls. I will be staying here for 3 days. If you don't understand anything in these 3 days, you can come and look for me. Yes, teacher. The girls nodded immediately. Situyen, have you finished eating the tentacles that you brought last time? I have some flesh and blood of the multicolored dragon python here. It will be enough for you to eat for a period of time. As Wang Xian spoke, he threw an interspatial ring to Situyen. The flesh and blood here will be distributed according to the previous distribution. Huang Jejia, Yu Bingbing, and Xiaolan, you 3 will be in charge of supervising it. All right. If the 4 of you have improved your abilities, look for me. I will continue to teach you the curse formation. As he spoke, he walked straight into a room. Thank you, teacher. The group of girls thanked Wang Xian excitedly. Sister Yin, the multicolored dragon python seems to be a level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. It is the mount of the invincible mount in the battlefield. Teacher actually brought us such precious flesh and blood for us to consume. Teacher is too good to us. Furthermore, Sister Yin, Jiajia, Bingbing, and Xiaolan, I'm really envious of you. Teacher will teach you the curse formation in the future. It is very likely that he will give you a complete inheritance. When they saw Wang Xian enter the room, a group of girls surrounded Situ Yin and the rest. They were a little excited and envious. The complete curse formation, the flesh and blood of the level 8 sea monster of the Eternal Lord. At the side, a girl was standing there in a daze. She was Tianxin, and she was also the student with the highest realm in Class 1. Her family background was not bad. She had been cultivating at home. The last time when something happened in class, she was informed by her classmates. However, she did not rush over at that time. In her opinion, this was a waste of her time. However, she never expected that Situ Yin, Huang Jia, and the others, who were weaker than her back then, would be taught a terrifying and powerful curse formation by her teacher. With such a formation, which teacher in Xintian Academy would know how to use it? She had missed a huge opportunity, and this made her extremely regretful. If she had known earlier, she looked at Situ Yin and the others, who were surrounded by a group of students with a bitter expression. The resources that the teachers had given them, even her family couldn't afford it. Now, when the other classes and even the senior students of Xintian Academy learned about the conditions of the new student Class 1, their eyes were burning with passion. No one dared to provoke the new student Class 1 now. Not to mention that there were 4 curse array masters in the class, even their extremely powerful teachers who protected their own shortcomings. No one dared to provoke a group of girls. This teacher was someone who dared to kill a heaven's favorite in the academy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the second day, Wang Xian's AI rang. He was slightly stunned when he saw the content. During this period of time, many people had contacted him, especially the group of girls who were the descendants of Xiantian. When the 30 to 40 girls learned that Wang Xian was the boss of the Dragon Palace's war pet and that he had become a general at the front line, especially after the fame of the Dragon Palace's war pet had spread across the world recently, all the girls took the initiative to chat with him. However, Wang Xian didn't reply to any of them. He wasn't a Prince Charming who could be seduced by any random beauty. Fugua, going to the Federation's royal family? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. The one who sent the message was the powerhouse from the Federation's royal family who bought the war pet last time. This time, he was invited to the Federation's royal family. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying to him. He didn't have the time at the moment. Furthermore, Fugua didn't say anything. If there was anything, he could come to the mysterious sky territory to look for him. Your Highness, that person isn't willing to come. He said that if there's anything, he can come to the mysterious sky territory to look for him. At the same time, in the royal palace of the Federation, Fugua spoke bitterly to Yuan Yaju, who was beside him. You royal family can't even call a single person over? At a side, a young man frowned slightly and said directly, Young Master Jiao, our Yuan family doesn't have a godly monarch in the Tianzhe continent. Moreover, the other party's strength is extraordinary. If we want to call him over directly, I'm afraid only godly monarchs will be able to speak. At the side, an elder said with an apologetic smile, Senior Sister Longyu, why don't we make a trip to that mysterious sky domain? Wan Qing, who was holding the AI, looked at a woman beside her and said, the woman was at least 7 meters tall, and her entire being was as cold as ice. She stood there as if she was a few kilometers away from the others. Since you're here, let's go take a look. The woman was holding a pet in her arms. It was similar to a cat, snow-white in color, and it didn't move at all. Longyu, even the ordinary grandmasters of the Witch Beast Pavilion couldn't cure Xiao AI. How could a beast tamer master from the Tianza continent cure Xiao AI? The cold-looking young man who had just started speaking frowned slightly. The young man was dressed in black, and his lips were thin. His face was extraordinarily handsome, especially his head, which had a pair of white jade horns on it. Clearly, he wasn't a human. Senior brother Jiao Ming, since you're here, let's go and take a look. Wan Qing said to the young man. Jiao Ming did not say a word, but his eyes looked at Lung Yu. Let's go. I'll have to trouble Sister Yizhu. Lung Yu nodded and said to Yuan Yizhu, No trouble. Yuan Yizhu shook her head and looked at Fugua and the old man beside her. Miss Lungyu, Miss Wanqing, young Master Jiao, let's go. Fugwa said respectfully to them. Okay. They nodded and flew to the nearest teleportation array in the most luxurious fighter jet in Tianzi continent. Your Highness, we're going to the pet shop of Dragon Palace on Tianhai Island. Boss Wang is waiting for us there. An hour later, they arrived at the mysterious sky territory. Fugwa said to Yuan Yaju. Okay. Yuan Yaju nodded and said a few words to Wanqing, Lungyu, and the rest. In the mysterious Sky Academy, Wang Xian was slightly surprised when he learned that Fugwa had rushed over so quickly. He didn't hesitate and flew straight to the Tianhai Island. Chapter 2345. 2345, 2745 was a crafty businessman. He asked us to wait here. In the sky above the pet shop of the Dragon Palace, the newest fighter jet of the Tianzi continent was floating. In front of the shop, Jiaoming frowned and showed a trace of impatience. They had arrived, but the other party hadn't arrived yet. A master beast tamer of the Tianzi continent asked them to wait here. Beside them, Fugwa and an old man smiled and didn't say a word. They're here. At this moment, Fugwa saw the figure in front of him and said immediately, Sorry, we're late. Wang Xian saw Fugwa and the rest and said to them with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the pet in the arms of a lady. 1000 Civet Cat. Level 1 Immortal King Cub. Status: heavily injured and dying. A system message entered Wang Xian's mind. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as he opened the door of the shop. Please come in, he said to Fugwa and the rest. Your Highness, the two ladies and young Master Jiao, please come in, Fugwa said respectfully to Yuan Yizhu and Long Yu. Everyone looked at Wang Xian with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They thought the owner of the Dragon Palace's war pet would be an old man. They didn't expect him to be so young. How could such a young man tame the level 8 war pet of the Eternal Godlord? The few of them entered the Dragon Palace's war pet shop with doubts in their hearts. Such a shop at such a young age. How could he be a beast tamer master? Looks like we've come to the wrong place. Jiaoming looked at the small shop and scanned the surroundings as he spoke coldly. Even Lung Yu frowned slightly without anyone noticing. His aura was too young, and the shop was too shabby in their eyes. Wang Xian heard the conversation at the back and didn't pay much attention to it. Boss Wang is able to tame the level 8 war pet of the Eternal Godlord. He is exceptional. Fugwa, who was following behind, said in a low voice. Then I would like to take a look. Jiaoming said in disbelief. Lung Yu, who was at the side, nodded and followed them in. Brother Fu, what's so urgent that you have to rush over? Wang Xian gestured to the group of people to sit down and said to Fugwa, It's the Heaven's favorites from the same sect as our prince who saw you taming a bunch of battle pets. We would like to see if you can help us with something. Fugwa looked at Lung Yu and said, Same sect as the prince? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Master Wang, can you take a look at my pet? Lung Yu said to Wang Xian. However, she didn't pass the 1000 Civet Cat to Wang Xian. 1000 Civet Cat, a level 1 Immortal King level Desolate Beast Cub. It's heavily injured. Wang Xian said to her. If not for the system notification, Wang Xian wouldn't have known that an extremely beautiful pet would be an Immortal King level battle pet. This was the first time he had seen such a level battle pet. Oh, Master, can you help me take a look? Lung Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. Her attitude changed drastically as she stood up and said to him, Let me take a look. Wang Xian nodded and said to her, All right. Without any hesitation, Lung Yu handed it over immediately. The fact that the other party could recognize her pet at a glance and sense that it was severely injured was proof of its ability. Wang Xian took over the 1000 Civet Cat and used his hand to sense it. Give me an elixir. It's the highest grade one you have on you. Wang Xian said to her. Huh, you want an elixir before treating him? That's against the rules. Jiaoming frowned and said to Wang Xian. His first impression of the pet owner of the Dragon Palace was not very good. This is the most precious elixir I have on me. Elixirs of too high levels are not of much use to me. I have a lot of god stones. Lung Yu took out an elixir without hesitation and said to him, Eternal Lord level 9. Wang Xian was not too surprised when he saw her taking out such a precious elixir. A lady who could own a level 1 immortal king war pet must have an extraordinary background. Wang Xian kept the pill and looked at his attributes. He then transferred 7 units of Origin Dragon energy into the 1,000 Civic Cat's body. One level 9 Eternal Godlord pill could bring him 10 units of Origin Dragon energy. It was not a loss at all. Buzz buzz. When the Origin Dragon energy entered the 1,000 Civic Cat's body, its body trembled and a ray of light flashed across its body. The position of its heart started to fluctuate slightly. This is... Lung Yu's face revealed an excited expression, and she stared at her pet nervously. It's actually getting better. Zhao Ming was slightly stunned, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Even a beast tamer grandmaster from the Star Origin planet and a grandmaster from the Witch Beast Pavilion could not treat it, but he was actually able to make it get better. This was simply unbelievable. His injuries are too serious. If you want to treat him completely, 150 level 9 Eternal Lord tier pills should be more than enough, Wang Xian said. In fact, Wang Xian had consumed 100 level 9 Eternal Lord tier pills and was able to make the 1,000 Civic Cat recover completely. However, he had to charge a fee as well. 50 level 9 Eternal Lord tier pills were his reward. If he could obtain these 50 level 9 Eternal Lord elixirs, his strength would be enhanced immediately. Can I really recover all of them? Lung Yu revealed an excited expression and said to Wang Xian, Sure. He nodded his head. Look at how relaxed you were just now. Isn't 150 level 9 Eternal Lord elixirs too expensive? Zhao Ming frowned and said from the side. The young man's hand had recovered a little just now. It was too easy. Up to you. Wang Xian passed the pet to Lung Yu and shrugged. The value of 150 elixirs was indeed not low. However, compared to the value of a young immortal king, it was totally worth it. As long as Xiao AI can be cured, 150 level 9 Eternal Lord elixirs is not much. However, I don't have so many elixirs in my hands. I will pay with divine stones. Lung Yu said hurriedly, Divine stones are not enough. I only want elixirs. Wang Xian shook his head. Divine stones could not be converted into dragon qi. If he were to consume too much of it, his level would drop. However, he was a little surprised that he could take out divine stones that were worth 150 level 9 Eternal Lord elixirs. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for 200 elixirs. What a loss. Lung Yu frowned when she heard his words. She looked at Yuan Yaju and the old man and opened her mouth slightly. Miss Long, we can take out the divine stones, but we really can't take out so many Eternal God Lord level pills. The old man shook his head bitterly. The royal family of the Federation focused on technology. Although there were many disciples cultivating now, they really couldn't take out 150 level 9 Eternal Godlord pills. They could afford the divine stones. Can you help me treat Xiao AI first? I will return to the Star Origin planet immediately to get the elixirs. Lung Yu looked at Wang Xian and said, Master Wang, the royal family can vouch for you. We will definitely not lose a single elixir for you. Yuan Yaju said from the side. Fu Guo and the rest also looked at Wang Xian. No. Wang Xian shook his head. Can we still go back on our word? We can still afford these elixirs. Beside him, Zhao Ming stared at him and said, All right, once the elixirs are ready, just ask Brother Fu to contact me. Wang Xian ignored him and said directly, You, how can we still owe you anything? Why would our heavenly Dharma sect care about your elixirs? Zhao Ming's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian ignoring him. He said coldly, Is your heaven Dharma sect that powerful? All right then. The price of 200 level 9 elixirs of the Eternal Lord has increased. Wang Xian chuckled. Initially, he felt a little regretful when he saw how straightforward they were. Coincidentally, this fellow did not respect him. Hence, he decided to increase the price. All businessmen are evil. Wang Xian sighed in his heart. This is not my fault. Chapter 2346. 2346, 2746 Star Beast Planet. What? When Zhao Ming heard Wang Xian's words, he was stunned. Then, his face turned red with anger. Increase the price. This fellow actually increased the price directly. He increased the price by 50 level 9 Eternal Lord elixirs and increased it by 1/3. Was it because he said a few more words? You don't want to. He glared at Wang Xian furiously and clenched his fists tightly. If you have any more objections, I will continue to add more. Of course, you can also choose not to treat me. Wang Xian looked at him indifferently and interrupted him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I can't treat you anymore. Ever since this fellow came in, it was as if he had been dissatisfied. Since that was the case, he wanted to let him know whose territory this was. You're courting death. I might not be able to produce 200 level 9 eternal elixirs. Zhao Ming was burning with rage. He glared at Wang Xian with a face full of anger. However, Long Yu interrupted him directly. She looked at him coldly and turned to Wang Xian with a frown. Although her background was extraordinary, 200 level 9 Eternal Lord elixirs was not a small number. Her family had already paid a heavy price to get Xiao AI for her. She did not want to trouble her family anymore. 150 pills was almost her limit. 200 pills was a bit difficult. However, I can give you a pass to enter Star Beast Planet. In 5 days, Star Source Planet will send some people to Star Beast Planet. Although there are nearly 100 slots in your Tianzi continent, such slots are very precious. Moreover, you are a beast tamer master. In the Star Beast Planet, you have the opportunity to tame more battle pets. Xiao AI was obtained by an expert on the Star Beast Planet. After pondering for a moment, Lung Yu opened her mouth and spoke. Yuan Yazhu, Wan Qing, and the rest frowned slightly. They didn't expect Wang Xian to actually raise the price from the ground. Humph. Zhao Ming snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He could get a spot on the Star Beast Planet as well. To him, this item was not very precious. There are nearly 100 spots in the Tianzi continent. There are spots in the Xian Heaven domain as well? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Fu Guo with curiosity. Fu Guo looked hesitant. He looked at Lung Yu and nodded his head. I can give you a map of the desolate beast lair. Lung Yu continued. I don't know exactly how many level 8 desolate beasts lair maps there are. All right, it's a deal then. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. After all, he was a good person. If it wasn't for the name of the dragon, he wouldn't have raised the price so easily. Moreover, he was very curious about the possibility of obtaining a young king god in this place. All right, in 3 days, a group of you will return to the Star Origin planet with us. Lung Yu took out a badge and handed it to Wang Xian. On the badge was a picture of the Heaven Gate. This was the pass to the Star Beast Planet. Lung Yu looked at Xiao AI in her arms, then looked at Wang Xian before turning around and leaving. Everyone immediately followed behind him. Star Beast Planet, pass? To obtain the young immortal God King Desolate Beast, I will ask Xuanjin to guard them later. Wang Xian looked at their departing figures and looked at the pass in his hands. As for whether there would be any danger, he was not worried. The other party had a favor to ask of him. If the heavenly Dharma Gate was really so strong, they would not harm him because of these things. The harvest this time is pretty good. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. With a move of his body, he flew straight to the front line. Lung Yu, a beast tamer master from the Tianzi continent, dares to raise the price on the spot. He is simply courting death. In the aircraft, Zhao Ming spoke indignantly. When he thought of Wang Xian's expression just now, he was extremely furious. To think that he, a member of the heavenly Dharma sect's Zhao tribe, was deliberately humiliated by a fellow from the Tianzi continent. This was the greatest provocation to him. All right, I'll have to trouble you to speak less. As Zhao Ming spoke, he was once again interrupted by Lung Yu as she gave him a cold glance. Not only did the Beast Tamer Grandmaster from the Star Source planet not have any solutions to his pet, even the Wizard Beast Pavilion Grandmaster that she went to look for did not have any solutions. That Wizard Beast Pavilion Grandmaster spoke frankly. It was not that little AI could not be cured. The Wizard Beast Pavilion had powerful Grandmasters that could cure him, but the price of inviting that grandmaster to treat him was something that she could not afford. Zhao Ming looked at Long Yu, his expression constantly changing. Young Master Jiao, that boss Wang has divine King Xin Tianzi behind him. He has a very deep background and strength in our Tianzi continent. Fu Gua hesitated for a moment before reminding him from the side. Zhao Ming, I don't want any more accidents to happen. That Master Wang has extraordinary abilities. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Lung Yu said indifferently. Zhao Ming sat there without saying a word. His expression was a little ugly. Chief Xian. At the front line of Blackwater, Wang Xian went straight to Chief Xian when he arrived. General Wang, please come and sit. Chief Xian greeted Wang Xian with a warm face. He was naturally very polite to a beast tamer who was highly valued by the ancestor and was very strong. Sorry to disturb you, Chief Xian. I have something to ask you. Wang Xian went straight to the point. I'm not disturbing you. General Wang, just tell me what it is. You don't have to be polite. Chief Xian said it directly. It's about the Star Beast planet. Wang Xian asked him, Star Beast planet? General Wang wants to go there? There should be more than a dozen spots in the Xin Heaven domain. It seems to be in the near future. If you want to go there, I'll get someone to get you a pass. Chief Xin pondered. Someone gave me a pass. Where is this Star Beast planet? What's the situation? I heard that there might be a young immortal king there. Is that true? Wang Xian asked curiously. If my luck is really heaven-defying, I might really be able to get a young immortal king. Hee. Xianjin Shou smiled, introducing him. Star Beast planet. It's a planet not too far away from the Star Source planet. It's a planet without humans. There might have been humans there before, but they were eaten by desolate beasts. Now it's a desolate beast planet. On that planet, desolate beasts roam freely. There are all sorts of treasures. There are about 20 to 30 powerful Undying God King desolate beasts. The rest of the Eternal God Lord desolate beasts are in the millions. A long time ago, Star Beast Planet and Star Source Planet were enemies. Some powerful desolate beasts often flew to Star Source Planet to wreak havoc. An ancestor of Star Source Planet killed Star Beast Planet's strongest Beast King. However, that ancestor was heavily injured and died not long after. The Beast King's Undying God Country is located within the space crack of Star Beast Planet. Every 5 years, the space crack would be at its weakest. At that time, the entire Star Beast Planet's God King level desolate beasts would head to the Beast King's God Country. During this time, the entire Star Beast Planet will be relatively safe. Every 5 years at this time, Star Source Planet will send warriors to search for treasures. There were once warriors who obtained an Undying God King cub inside. Shinjin Guardian explained in detail. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.